Hi guys, let me know if you can hear me. I am just setting my computer up. Going to see if my speaker, or what is this, my microphone, is it working? Is it working? Let me see. Is it working? Let me see. Yay, it's working. Okay, now I can turn the volume off. Okay, see who's here. Say hi if you're here. Hi Marissa, how are you? Happy Friday. So happy it's Friday. Can you hear me okay on this mic? Hello! Happy Friday! So glad it's Friday, but I still have a lot of work to do. So I was actually super duper sick for the last week, so I have a lot of making up to do. I am feeling better. I was super under the weather for about 7 days, but I was in bed for about 4 of those days. Went and got COVID tested and everything. I came back negative, so it must have just been some yucky bug that's been going around. I've heard that a lot of people are getting this nasty cold. Mine wasn't really actually a cold. It was more like basically all the COVID symptoms, but I tested negative, so I have no idea what it was. But I feel better now. Hi everybody, thank you guys so much for being here. I put out a little post on YouTube earlier this morning saying I was gonna go live, so I at least gave you guys a little bit of notice this time instead of just hopping on without saying anything. But just glad to be here. I know. I heard that there's just like, well, obviously the Delta variant is bad, but also like just really bad colds going around that last for a while. My whole family actually had it, except for my husband, so hopefully he doesn't get it. But my 2 younger boys both got it, and they still have a lingering cough. My cough actually went away, so that's good, but theirs is pretty nasty. So having them wear the masks and all that to school until their cough goes away. So they have the option to wear them or not, but trying to be the responsible parent and having them wear their mask is always the right thing to do at this point. So, hi Adiani, how are you feeling? I've been seeing so many baby bump pictures and they're so cute. I love it. How far along are you now? So I'm waiting. I have had a lot of people message me about the SWF 12 needle. I wanted to address some questions and then just kind of like have you guys ask me questions that you have. Because as I was sick laying in bed, I just kept trying to message people back, through email and instant message, or they just had lots of questions on how do I do this? How do I do that? So if you guys have any questions while you're here live with me, I can probably walk you through it. It's probably easier than explaining through text or message. So I kind of wanted to do that throughout this live in case somebody hops on that isn't on right now and has a question. So please ask whatever you need. And if I don't know the answer, then you know me and I will try to find the answer or figure it out and let you know at a later time. But I'll let you guys know what I know at this point. So I have been working with the machine a lot more and I'm finding new things out every time I use it. So as much as I know, I'll give you guys that info. Wondering if you tried the stamp on the clothing. I was wondering if it doesn't transfer to the outside of the clothing. Aubrey, I have tested the stamp. I haven't started putting it on the clothing yet, just because I was waiting for my last stamp collection to come in. I have received it, but again, I've been under the weather for the last week, so I haven't had time to like put it all together and figure out like exactly how I want to do it. So I haven't done that yet, but I did. Let me go grab it. Actually, I can bring you guys with me because you guys are on this tripod. So let me just show you what I did. I have to, I printed out my new orders today anyway, so I need to stamp those. So, oh shoot, I threw it away. Is it in here? Let me go grab a sample. I'll bring you guys with me. You guys are on my small tripod today, so I can travel around with you. And I start my wall next week, you guys. My, the wall I'm putting in my shop. I'm starting that. So next week is going to be construction zone in here. I have to, all of this stuff needs to be blocked off. I gotta turn the camera on so I can show you. So I'm putting a wall up, if you guys didn't know, right there where the wall comes down, and it's not as high as that. I'm putting a wall in here so I can separate my shop from the actual garage. And then we're going to put AC in here. We're going to block off all of those duct vents that are open so that it stays nice and clean in here. And this is going to be an actual like indoor shop now instead of in my garage. So that's exciting news. Okay, so I'm just taking a sample piece of fabric right here, and I'm going to show you guys my part of my stamp. I have it all in here. If you can see that, I have it all set up in here. This is my alphabet that I got. I also got this little stamp that has my, I don't know if you can see that. It has my logo on it with my website and my wash instructions. And then underneath of it is going to be what you have to put on your clothing, your batch number. So then I got this stamp right here where I can put my numbers. So this is going to be my date stamp. So I'm going to use that for the date. And then what else? Oh, this ink is the ink that I got. So I don't know if you guys have this, but I tested it. It's really good. So I'm going to show you guys what it looks like. So you can't, there's nothing on it right now. Again, I haven't done this yet. This is just something that I've been wanting to do, but I haven't done it yet. So I'm just going to show you how easy it is to use this little tiny stamp. So there's my stamp. I didn't do it hard enough, obviously. You got to do some practice, but it's super cute. You can't see it from the outside. It doesn't show. This is a pretty light fabric, so you can't see anything from the outside. And that was one of the things that I was afraid of. I'm going to try to do it again just to see. They tell you to practice because stamping is just an art itself. So, and not to push too hard, but hard enough that it goes on the fabric. But you don't want ghosting. That looks better. I kind of overlapped the other one, but you get the idea. All the little writing comes out so clear and perfect. I love it. So there's that. And again, I pushed way harder on that second stamp, and it does not show through. So, good to go. So now I just got to sit down and figure out everything that I want to put on my clothing and all the batch numbers and stuff, which is a process in itself that I haven't done yet. So, got to figure all that out. Where do we find info on the requirements? I haven't been able to find anything newly released. Is this a new thing? So I'm new to it too. Let me just flip my camera back around so you guys can see me at my computer. I'm gonna answer, I gotta look at my computer actually to see what questions you guys have. Okay, let's see here. "24 weeks. Halfway, coming along." I feel like my camera is kind of foggy. Hold on. Going to clean my camera off really quick. Hopefully that worked. Maybe it's this part. There we go. Okay. Hold on. Oh, for sure, Marissa. I will answer any questions you have on it. But you can always come back and rewatch this live too if you need to go back and see what questions were asked. Wanderer lost. Sorry, I can't read today. What's your name? And I'm really happy that I can inspire you to start your children's clothing line. That's so exciting. I know that you make your own baby clothing, but I was wondering, do you still have to have it tested? Being in bliss. Okay, so again, I'm new to all this too. I don't know all the exact correct answers, so don't quote me on anything that I tell you guys. I just tell you what I know and what I'm doing for my business. I don't know about the whole testing thing. All I know is that every single item that I use is CPSIA compliant. I've gone back and checked every single thing that I use, down to the fabric, the thread, the vinyl I use. Pretty much every single item that goes into your fabric needs to be CPSA or CPSIA, CPSC, I don't know what they call it, but it needs to be compliant. Children's clothing has to be compliant for children's clothing. You have to make sure that everything you use is compliant, because if at any point somebody comes or tells on you or reports you or anything like that, you could get in trouble if you don't have proof that it is actually compliant. So I know it's super duper confusing. I myself am still super confused about it. I'm learning something every day. But I'm taking the steps to be compliant because my business is growing, and I just want to have that brushed off my shoulder, knowing that if anything were to happen, I know I'm compliant, I'm good to go. So yeah, it's a long road, it's a long process, it's a lot to learn, but it's getting easier as I'm learning it. Let's see. Jenny, you just have to research it. Just go on Google and research a lot of it. There are books on it. There are a lot of people that know different information on it. So all of us in this children clothing making community, we can all help each other out. If you have any specific questions, go ahead and email me, beinginbliss@yahoo.com. And if I know the answer, I will definitely let you know what I know. Sandra! Hi, friend. I got that ink on Amazon. It's just called Palette. Took a little bit to get to me, I think, if I remember correctly. I ordered it a long time ago before I even ordered my stamp. I have the word batch number several times. Yes. Okay, so Angela, batch numbers. So I'm not super sure if I'm correct on this or not. So anyone who else knows more information than me, please go ahead and write it in the comments or in the chat. But as far as I know, your batch number, every time you order, okay, so see these, all those fabrics right there? Each time I order a new batch of fabric, I have to have a batch number on it. And basically that goes, so basically my bison, I'm going to label that like BISO, and to me it's just a number that you can recognize yourself, so that if anyone came to you and you needed to show proof of a batch number, you know how to recognize what description that goes to. So my bison, say I would name that BISO and then the date that I bought it. So that's how I'm going to do it, because I have so many different prints. I'm going to label them as my prints, not as, say, my leggings or my rompers or my bummies. I'm not going to label them as those, because I want to be able to determine what print it is, if that makes sense. So you can do it however it makes sense to you. How do I, hold on, going back, I missed a couple. D, welcome D. I've been researching children's clothing for over a year, but I'm just afraid to jump in. My clothing line is Juniper and Oaks. Oh, okay. Don't be afraid. I was afraid at one point too, but I know it's easier said than done. But just, you have to start somewhere. Start it, do it, learn from the mistakes, research, do a lot of watching YouTube. Lots of people now do children's clothing. You can learn a lot from other people. Take that information that you learn and apply it to your own stuff. That's how I've done it. I've pretty much taught myself everything, but if I have a question, I will research it and then just jump in, try it. That's the only way you're gonna learn, is if you actually just do it. Don't be afraid. What is the name of the fleece that you use for your burp cloths and the bibs? Let me show you, because I'm not absolutely for sure what it is actually called. I know it's the anti-pill. I'll show you. I buy it by the bolt. I get it at Joann's, but it is this specific kind because there are a lot of different kinds, but this is the one that I like. Can you read that? Is it backwards? It's anti-pill. Make sure it is the plush. There is a huge difference between regular fleece and the plush fleece. Okay. You guys are asking lots of questions. Let me jump back. Okay, how do I market myself and my website? So Instagram, social media is huge. Nowadays you have to have social media to market yourself if you want to do it yourself. Or you can hire someone to do your social medias for you. It is a lot of work, but it's worth it. A lot of my sales do come from Instagram. I've started doing TikTok. I'm not great at it, but apparently it's the new thing now. So I'm trying to learn that. Also, Etsy in itself is its own marketing site. So I do really well on Etsy. Just knowing in the beginning, before I even started my Etsy shop, I took a class. I researched a lot on SEO and knowing my tags and my titles and all that good stuff. Pictures are huge. I think that is like my number one, maybe my number two. Number one, number two on selling product, because if you are not in a store where people can touch and feel your stuff, you want to be able to show off your product in a good way. So pictures are very, very big. I'm huge on photography. I'm not a photographer and I'm not professional, but I've learned how to make them look decent enough to sell. So that's a good thing. Let's see here. My biggest confusion at times is what is taxable and what is not. MN sells tax, seems to change here and there. Barb, I'm not honestly for sure on that either. Taxes confuse me so much. All I know is I save all of my receipts. I have an accountant who goes through all my stuff, mine and my husband's business, at the end of the year every year. And I just organize everything that I do. So if I buy on Spoonflower, right when I purchase that fabric, I print out my receipt. Because they do give me an invoice, but it doesn't say how much I spent. It just has a picture of what I ordered and how much I ordered. So that's the only, I guess, downfall on my invoices from them that they send me. So that is why I print it out as soon as I order it. Same with fabric.com, same with when I do Amazon. Anything that I order, if I order it through Etsy, any website, right when I order it, I print out my receipt. That goes down to the fonts that I buy, the designs that I buy for embroidery. Anything that I buy for my business, I print that receipt and I put it in a file. And I label all of my files different things. So for embroidery, I have it labeled embroidery. It doesn't have to be separated by fonts or designs. Sorry, there's a lot of flies in here. But I just label everything to keep it all in order. And then at the end of the year, I give it to my accountant and he goes through all of that and he knows what I can write off and what I can't write off. All that matters is I know that all of the receipts I give him, I have purchased for my business. So I separate that from personal use. If I'm buying something specifically to make for my family or friends or whatever that isn't business related, that's not a write-off. Toys, etc. Something ever happen and there's a recall. Exactly. Makes perfect sense. Thank you. What size do you make your loveys? So my loveys are, you can make your loveys any size you want. There's no specific size that is considered a lovey. Some people make them 17 by 17, 18 by 18. A lot of people like them in a square. I liked mine in a rectangle, so it looked like a mini blanket. So mine are 11 by 13, but that allows for room for your seam allowance and your, I guess I call it a little corner tag, so that you can flip it over and put your cam snaps on it, allow for that. And I basically just drew it out myself. So it's just a simple rectangle with a piece big enough to attach the wood ring to. How do you market yourself in your website? I already answered that question. Let's see. I don't know if I could live or live that compliance life. I'm the chick whose organization is a giant. You're funny. I know it has definitely been not a struggle, but just a lot of learning on how to be organized. And I have a lot of good friends, and we are all just kind of doing this all together. So that helps. Those words you said, thanks for the inspiration. Aw, thank you, Nina. I always try to help people that are just getting started, because I was there at one point too, and it was very scary. It was a big leap of faith, and you just have to believe in yourself, because you don't know if you don't do it. What thread do you use for your serger and your cover stitch? I use, for my serger and my cover stitch, I get it at Joann's. And it's the Toldy Lock by Gutermann. So it is the Surging Thread by Gutermann. I can show you. By the way, if my mic just all of a sudden stops working like it did last live, please tell me, because I'm just walking around and acting like it's working. This is, I don't know if you can see that, the one that I use. It's Toldy Lock by Gutermann, and it is 100% polyester, but it is surging thread, or it says overlocking thread on it. So that's the one that I use. I've always used it. I've never had any reason to change. I'm sure there might be better ones. I recently started using the Alpha Sew serger thread that I get from Sewing Machines Plus that I really like. I might be considering switching all the way over to that thread because, I don't know, I don't really see much of a difference between the two because I haven't completely used all 4 spools of it yet, but I like both of them. Let's see. Your videos have been such a help to me, and I just want to say thank you for sharing everything you share. You're welcome, Dee. I love to share information, any information that I have. Instagram Reels have gotten a lot of traffic for me, more than my TikTok. Yeah, I'm still learning TikTok. I have no idea what I'm doing. So if you guys see me put out a TikTok, if you're following me, don't laugh. I just do my best. I'm learning like all you guys. And I've never honestly ever done an Instagram Reel. I've never tried one. I don't know how to do it. So I come from the handbag world here. Most refuse to share anything other than a how-to. Honestly, that's why I have my channel, because in the beginning of my adventure, I feel like you guys are looking at my head. Sorry. I feel like I had a lot of questions, and I think I've addressed this before. In the beginning, I had messaged somebody who doesn't even live in the States. She was international, so I didn't think it would be like a huge deal. But again, I was new to it. I didn't know what you can and can't ask people. But I messaged her or emailed her, and I just said, you know, I had a question on how you did this or that. I don't even remember what I asked her. It was just, I was new to it all. And it was just a simple question. And the response that I got back to her was very devastating. It was just like I was trying to copy her, or like, you know, it was just, she put me down. And then I didn't want to get back up because it was so, so negative, and I wasn't asking her to give me any specific information. I was just asking her a simple question like, how did you learn how to do something, or how do you know how to do this or that? I don't even remember what I asked her, but it was just like, she was like, no, like, you're a competitor. I don't give any information out because we do the same line of work, and why, you know, you're a competitor to me. And I didn't even think of it that way. I just thought of it as, you know, I'm just trying to learn how to do something, and I didn't know who else to reach out to. So I have, from that point on, I completely stopped asking anyone for any help on how to make stuff. But I've also gained a lot of friends in this industry, and I'm very thankful for that. And so I have, you know, with the whole compliance thing, I have no idea about, I didn't even know you had to be compliant to sell children's clothing. I just did it because I wanted to make children's clothing. And then all of a sudden, like, you know, you don't ever know when your business is going to grow, and mine kind of grew really fast, and I'm very thankful for that. But again, being compliant is a huge issue now, and so I'm trying to learn that. And so having friends that are actually like your friends and want to help you, you need, you know, it's just really nice to have friends who can help you. So I'm here, and I started my channel so that I can help you guys and hopefully inspire you guys to do what you love and not be afraid to do it, and don't be afraid to ask questions. So I want to be that support system for you guys, and for you to be able to ask me a question, and for me to, you know, help you through that, because I didn't have that when I started my business, and it was very hard, and I didn't want to ask anybody any questions. So that is the whole point of me starting this channel. Oh, nice, Angela. What did you order? I love Spoonflower. I know a lot of you guys have had a lot of questions about Spoonflower and whatnot, and honestly, I know it's super expensive, but again, I've said this time and time again, you can, your prices reflect the material that you buy. So my prices were not the way that they are now when I first started, because I wasn't using Spoonflower fabric. I can't talk. But yeah, you can reflect your prices to the material that you buy. And all I use is Spoonflower for my print fabric, for my clothing and my blankets. I got the Celebrate Serger that you have talked about. Finally got brave enough to use it today. It's fantastic. Oh my gosh, Bev, you're gonna love it. I love that. I love that serger. Oh, yes. The organic cotton knit, I cannot say enough good things about it. I had somebody message me, actually, I can't remember who it was, and sorry about that if you're on here, but somebody had messaged saying that they ordered the organic cotton knit from Spoonflower and that it was hard. Is it hard for me? Hard meaning like the texture. And I said, no, you must have ordered the wrong kind, because it's actually very soft. And after you wash it and wash it again, it gets softer and softer after every use. And I absolutely adore the organic cotton knit. I won't ever use anything else. And it's a dream to work with. Like, it's so simple to sew. Hi, Jacqueline. I'm so glad you can be here today with us. It is hard going through all of your previously purchased products and remembering where you bought them. Fabric was Hobby Lobby, Joanne, and other. And I got them. Yes. So, Lisa, going back to your statement on knowing where you got your stuff. One of the other reasons that I thought about when I first started, as I moved forward with like Spoonflower and Fabric.com and all those other like big companies that I use for my company, was so that I could know exactly where I got something, because it is a lot to remember. If you find out you like something and you're like, I don't know where I got that. It's so frustrating, because I did that a lot in the beginning. And when I started realizing that I couldn't remember where I got something, I was flustered. Like, I want that, I don't know where I got it, sort of thing. So now that I know exactly where I get something, it's so easy to just reorder it. Like Spoonflower, I just go through my orders and I can just hit order more of this. It's so easy. Same with fabric.com. I just put an order in last night. I get all of my faux fur from them. I can get it elsewhere because a lot of places sell the Luxe Cuddle, whatever. But just knowing that I can go on their website, I have an account with them, and you can set up a business account with them and get 10% off of your orders if you didn't know that. So go on to fabric.com if you order from them. At the very bottom, you can set up a business account and get 10% off. I mean, it's not much, but it's something. So do that. But yes, it's very easy to keep track of where you buy stuff if you have a log of where you get all your products. And through Amazon, I just search, you know, you just can, if I know at this point in time, like what products I get from Amazon and what I don't. Most of my shipping supplies come from Amazon, so if I need to reorder something, I just go on there and search what I've ordered, and then it comes right up. It is gross when people act that way. Ugh, you're so right. I love her, Lauren. Or Barb, I love Lauren. I always watch her channels because she is such a inspiration to me on how to make bags. I haven't made bags other than cotton bags, like drawstring bags or whatever. But yes, I watch her show all the time when I'm laying in bed. Some people are very territorial. I love the sewing community. I have learned so much. Yes, Angela, same. And I have learned a lot too from other people as well. I watch you guys too. And every time you watch something, I feel like you pick up something new and you can apply that to what you're doing. So that's a lot of my tips that I do. Like I've learned from other people too, or I've taught myself how to do it and want to show you guys. But a lot of it is just from seeing other people do stuff, applying it and applying it in your own way, and then being able to like go from there. I know, Marissa, that's how I feel. I think of it as, the way that I say it is, if somebody likes my products, they're going to buy from me. If somebody likes your products, they're going to buy from you. And that's just the way you have to think of it. I don't think of it as a competition because, again, if they like my stuff, they're going to buy from me. If they like yours, they're going to buy from you. And it just goes from there. Like, I don't care sharing certain things. I'm not going to lie, there are certain things that I want to be just solely mine, and I just don't share those online or anything. I just keep that to myself. But if you guys see something that I'm doing on here, I'm more than happy to share the information with you. If I don't want to share something that I do and that's specifically just mine, I just don't do it on live. Like I don't share at all. But you have to keep some things to yourself, but I'm not mean about it. I just don't I don't introduce you guys to that level of it, and then I don't have to be, it doesn't have to be a conflict in that way. I've been selling handbags for years, but when I started, I couldn't get help with supplies. I know, it's so hard sometimes. I was looking up how to be in compliance the other day. It's a lot, but, you know, one step at a time. It does sound more complicated than it actually is. Now that I'm getting farther into it, and once I fully am aware of everything that needs to be done, I will definitely share it with you guys so you guys can do it too. But I don't like to share information I don't really know exactly everything about, and I'm not fully aware of everything that needs to happen. So I don't want to, I'll talk about what I know, but I don't want to teach you guys it if I don't really know it. Same thing with this machine behind me. I've shown you guys what I know, but I'm completely transparent on I'm new to it. I didn't just get the machine, obviously. I got it a couple months ago, but I'm still new to it. I haven't used it as much as I've used my other machine. So I'm not going to teach you guys something on it that I don't fully know what I'm doing yet. So I'm going to show you guys what I know and talk to you about it, but I can't really teach you it if I don't know it fully myself, if that makes sense. Hi, Mary. Thank you for listening, even though you're working. Similar things, but our audiences are different. Exactly. Okay. Yes, it's very expensive when you first start, and everyone has to know that, because if you want to make certain things, you have to have certain products, or at least that's how I think of it. If I want something to be professional, it has to have, like, you can do whatever you want with just any regular sewing machine or embroidery machine or cutting machine, however you want to start, and that's good to start. But if you want to actually, like, if you want to make it super professional and like be a professional business, I guess, it's very hard to stand up to those expectations if you don't have the right equipment. So with that being said, it is very expensive, but you just have to know that don't give up. Just keep going forward, and it will happen. Eventually, your business will flourish. You just have to believe in yourself. It takes time. I've been doing this for what? Professionally for almost 2.5 years now, 3 years. But I started my business about 5 years ago. It was when my oldest son was basically, after he was born, I started. I started off making little booties for him, the little, whatchamacallit, moccasins. That's what I started off making for him, because he started walking and I wanted him to walk around the house. We had wood floors. So I just wanted to make him little booties, and that's what I started with. And from there, I just kept going. I wanted to make him clothing, and then this, and then that. And then now this is what I'm doing. The other night, actually last night or the night before, my husband and I were talking, and we were just like kind of going through my business and like how it is what it is now, like where I started and where I'm at. And it's just funny where you start and what items you start with and what you make compared to what you are making now. If you think about that, it's just it's a good thing to think about. And I just what's the right word? Reminisce on where I was and where I am now. I started off doing, mainly when I did markets, I mainly sold teethers, bibs, and burp cloths. Those were my three main items that I sold. Loveys in there, here and there, blankets here and there, but they weren't like my main product. Now today, my main products online are for sure clothing, and then blankets and loveys are up there with the clothing. I don't sell teethers anymore. I have them on my website and I sell them occasionally. I don't have them on Etsy because Etsy took them down for, I don't know, I don't really know how to explain it. They literally just took all of my teethers down one day. I woke up and they were all gone. So I don't know if it's just a hazard with children or what, but I've looked on Etsy and they still sell teethers. Some companies still have all their teethers up and that's all they sell. When that wasn't all I sold teethers in the mix of all my stuff, but somehow they saw mine and ended up taking all mine down. So I just don't really sell teethers as much anymore. So clothing is my main, blankets and loveys, and then my embroidery business is taking off. So I do a lot of embroidery as well. So it's just thinking about what I am now versus what I was then, and it's just so different. And I still love making all those products, but it's just, what do you want your business to be? Just wanted to let you know that you've inspired me to use my SERGER more for some of the items that I make. I watch all of your videos and they're very helpful. Keep up the good work. Blessings to you. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Whenever you guys tell me these kind of words, it just makes my heart flutter. I just feel good that I can help you guys and that you guys just like watching my videos. I know I don't have that many, but the videos that I do make, I want to be educational and inspiring. And when I hear you guys say that, it's everything I want to hear. So thank you. Yes, exactly, Lisa. I do know that the cam snaps that I use through the company, she is compliant. So my cam snaps are compliant. My wood rings are compliant. I have certificates for all of that. So as long as you are attaching them the correct way and all of the products that you're using are compliant, I think you should be good. Again, I'm still learning. I don't know for sure, but I do know all of the products that I have certificates for, and they are compliant. Hello, I don't really know how to pronounce your name. Pontinos? I'm so sorry if I just totally butchered your name. You're an inspiration for me. I have a store in Equid, but I'm frustrated because since May I haven't had a single order. Can you give me any advice on how to advertise? Can you email me, beingambliss@yahoo.com, and I can talk more personal with you about some different things on advertising and just kind of business overall. If you want to email me, then I would be more than happy to email you back and talk with you. Hey Prel, thanks for joining. I've been MIA for a while. My son gets married next week. Oh, congratulations to him and you. That's so exciting. I've been MIA as well. I've been sick for the last week and I feel so much better now. I was going to go live yesterday, but then I decided I needed to actually work since I was out for a while. So I'm here today. Oh my gosh, Dee, same. I have wanted to learn how to quilt so bad. I don't know why. I never had the interest, but I think it's because I've never done it and I don't know how to do it that I want to learn how to do it. But I feel like it's something that is probably going to be so time consuming that I don't have time for it. You guys, I can't catch up with all of your comments. I'm trying. Have you started anything with sublimation yet? I remember you saying that you were getting the things that you needed. It's a ton of fun. I have my printer, my paper, my ink, everything. I just ordered some shirts, so I'm waiting for those to come in, but I haven't, I've made like personal stuff, like for my grandma, like when the Suns were in the, the playoffs or whatever. I'm not a sportsy person, so I don't know, but she sent me over a file that she wanted to put on a shirt, so I tried it out and it worked perfect. It was so fun. So I'm excited to get into it because I want to be able to offer the same design in embroidery, in sublimation, vinyl, and there was one other thing, or maybe just those three, I don't know. So I wanted to be able to offer a design in whatever type of shirt or you know what I mean, to my customer. If they don't like embroidery because it might itch their child's skin. I know like one of my sons loves their shirts that I make for them, but my older son doesn't like it. He says it's itchy. Kids just have a weird thing with skin. So I want to be able to offer them in anything that they want. I got some cam snaps to try out and totally put them on the wrong way. My mom started teasing me. That's funny. I actually did that in the beginning too because I didn't know like how to do it. So again, it goes back to trial and error. You just have to do it and then you figure it out. Yes, please hit that like button if you haven't already, guys. That would really help me out. You guys are so sweet. Same, Mary. I feel the same way whenever I read a good comment. By the way, if you guys comment on my videos, I'm not trying to ignore you guys or not reply back. I've been out of it for a while. I was sick. My whole family's been sick. So this last month, I know I keep saying that, but you know, the bugs keep going around. I just haven't had time to answer all the questions and comments on my YouTube videos, so I apologize for that. Lisa, I got the sample that I did for my grandma was 100% polyester, and I did compare it because I used a cotton shirt, kind of like the one I'm wearing. I did hers in 100% polyester, washed it, it was perfect, and then the other one that I used for myself, I didn't wash it before I wore it, and it looked perfect, but then after I washed it, the design completely didn't 100% go away, but it's very faint, you can't even see it. So it is true, you have to use polyester, or at least over, I'd say 65%. Again, I'm not a professional on sublimation, so I have no idea. I'm still trying it out. But the shirts that I ordered are, I think, 100% polyester. I'm not 100% positive, but I'm pretty sure they are. Nice. That sounds like a lot of fun, Bev. Polyester are CBSI compliant, but I am not sure and wonder a lot about if we use the Poly Plus in order to do sublimation on cotton. I know I had talked about using a spray that I had ordered. I didn't throw it away, but I'm not going to use it because I did read a lot on it, and I didn't like the reviews on it, so I was like, why am I even going to try it or waste the material on it? So I haven't even used it, and I don't want to. Hey, Kayla, thank you so much. Hi, Shayna. How are you? I haven't heard from you in a while, or seen you guys in a while. If you use a poly blend, it will be a faded design on the shirt. It may look bolder when you first put it on the faded blend. Yeah, so it didn't even like look like a faded look. It was like literally like translucent. Like I could see the colors underneath of the shirt after I washed it, but you couldn't even really make out what it was. It like completely washed off. It's very hard to find sublimation products because I don't want 100% polyester like the sports or the golf kind of shirts where they're like silky. I want it to look like a regular shirt, but I want it to be cute. So I've been doing a lot of research and like just trying to find like the right shirt because I want it to be cute. I don't want it to be a plain like unisex tee. I want it to be cute. Mary, thank you. I hope everyone does understand. And some days I, think about it too much, I think. And my husband tells me that I don't need to worry about it that much, but I do worry. But then at the end of the day, I'm like, I show up 100% when I am live, and I show up 100% when I do a video. I don't half anything. I try to put it all into when I am here. So hopefully that makes up for not being here very often. To leave for a while, have to get ready, having lunch with my dad. He's buying. Go enjoy, Angela. Thanks for being here when you can. I understand you have to go. I don't know how long I'll be on today. After I answer and talk to you guys for a couple more minutes, I'm going to start working. I have a couple boxes that came in yesterday that I'm going to unbox with you guys. And then I'm going to try to get some orders done. Dye trans. I got fleece for them over Christmas stockings and linen line fabric. Doesn't feel like polyester. Oh, really? I'm going to write that down. Dye trans. See, I learned from you guys too. I love it. We all share information with each other. I was looking at laughing giraffes this morning, and certain poly toddler tee I usually order is on back order for almost all sizes. It's frustrating. Kayla, I looked and I saw a lot of laughing giraffe too. I can't remember what site it was on. Actually, Sarah, if you're on here, I don't think you are, but you sent me the link. I can't remember what it was called. But the laughing giraffes were super cute. I know, Alyssa, it's like if I'm sick, nobody else is, but then when I'm okay, the kids are sick, or somebody else is sick, or once they get better, something else happens. It's just like, ugh, so much sickness going around right now. Polyester and cotton, although most of the sublimation has been on sport type performance shirts that are 100% polyester what the customer wanted. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people do like the more silky, polyester, shiny shirts. Blink 3 if you're in danger. Okay, yeah, that's not cool. DTF printer, how exciting. Oh my gosh, I've heard so much about the DTF printers. Anita has one. If you haven't seen hers, go check hers out. She has videos on it too, yeah. Hi, Evelyn. I haven't talked to you in quite a while. How are you? Have a good day, Linda. Thank you for being here. I consider this like a coffee clash. Not expecting you to reply at all. Just listening and learning as I chat. I live in a very small town. Oh, hi, Marge. Thank you for being here. You thought it broke already, Sarah? I'm so glad that you got it, though. Good for you. You deserve it. Have fun with it. It's so much fun. Okay, so I think I answered a lot of business questions. If you guys have questions regarding the embroidery machine, please let me know. This is the only computer I have up right now. Again, my husband's using my laptop. His broke, so he still has mine. So I'm not going to be able to read messages or comments until I come back to the computer. So if you guys have questions for me, either write it in all caps or highlight my name at Bingham Bliss so I can see you guys. I'm going to turn my computer this way so I can see the comments. So I'm going to set you guys back over here. I got these boxes. I don't know what they are. I actually think I know what they are. I've been ordering a lot of different things lately. I wanted to be able to offer some different kinds of embroidery, and I'm moving my thing. I wanted to be able to offer different kinds of embroidery, meaning different types of material. So, you guys still can't see me. What's happening here? Sorry. I'm using a different tripod, so maybe I should use my other one. That's better. So I ordered just some samples from Stalls. If you guys don't know, talking about compliance, Stalls is a very good company. They are compliant in all of their vinyl, or at least all the vinyl that I use. And you can just email them and ask for their certificates, and you can print them out. But all of their vinyl you can get in either sheets, or you can get them in yardages. So I get mine in 5 to 10 yard rolls. They come like this. So this one just came in. This is for a project that I'm doing for a customer. But they come in these huge rolls, and yeah, their products are amazing. So anyway, I wanted to be able to offer different kinds of heat transfer. So I ordered, I guess it's called Flock. I'm sure you guys have heard of it, but it's like fuzzy. And so I just wanted to be able to do some different stuff, different projects. I thought it was cute, like for like a dog or a dinosaur or something, to be able to have like a fuzzy kind of feel instead of just a flat fabric or a flat vinyl. I wanted some different stuff. So let's see what I got. This is my white. This is just plain vinyl. So this is for the same customer that I said I had. Actually, no. This is the Flock. Ooh. Ooh, it's like velvet. That's so cool. Nice. Okay, so I got white. Ugh, then I got this giant box. I don't know why they said that was separate. I've never done like an unboxing video with you guys before. Is that weird? I hope my microphone is still working. I use Stahl's vinyl. So anything that I do with vinyl is Stahl's. Hi, what happened with the scan and cut? I was looking forward to my sync videos. What do you mean what happened to it, Gloria? Nothing happened to it. Love Stahl's and they are compliant with vinyl. Yes, they are. Becky at Power Tools with Thread YouTube has great videos on using. Yeah, so yeah, she does have great videos. Go ahead and look at hers. Flocking is cool. Yes. I'm frozen? No, I'm still here. Boop. I just came over to the computer. Am I frozen to you guys? Is my mic still working? My goodness. Woot woot. Lots of colors, guys. Put these back in here. Perfect. That's what I like to hear. Set that aside. Okay, so I got a lot of different colors because this is something that I thought a lot about for a really long time, and I just wanted to try it. And I'm really weird because if I order something and I'm like, then I go to do a sample or something and I'm like, oh, why didn't I order that color? So that's just me. I order all the colors. So I got a yellow, which is just like a bright yellow. And again, these are all, they're called the soft flock. So it's like a velvet. It looks like velvety. So this is the lemon yellow that I got. Super pretty. I don't know if you guys can see it very well. Let's scoot you up a little. Okay. And then I got a really pretty, this is called the purple. So this is actually the color on this side, not that side. So purple. And then I just got black. Obviously I got white. I got a lot more white because I use a lot of white in my designs. I got green, so the pretty green. I do a lot of dinosaur stuff. I got red. This is a really pretty bright red. I got royal, which is a really pretty blue. I don't know if you guys can see the true color. And then I also got a like turquoise blue, which is really pretty. And then of course I got pale pink because I love me a pale pink color. Super pretty. So those are the colors I got. So I have a lot of like new things coming out. The good thing about being sick and you can't do anything is you think a lot about stuff that you want to do. And so you have a lot of thinking time. So I had a lot of thinking time last week. Thought about new things that I wanted to make and do with the business. And this was one of them. So I'm going to set these aside again over here with all my other mess. Also, I do a lot of side jobs. So aside from the business, I have, you know, friends and family and stuff like that who always need things done for them. So right now I'm working on a 60 shirt order, designing for a bachelor party. So random, this is just their shirts that they ordered. I think that's what this is. So I have a 60 shirt order on the side that I'm working on. I have a 20 order shirt for like a church family that I'm working on. So that is a lot of side stuff that I have to do. So yeah, this is the shirt order. So I got lots of shirts. White and like Carolina blue is what it's called. So I order my bulk shirts. This one's from Jiffy Shirts. I do Jiffy Shirts. I also do blank apparel. That's where I get, like, when I have like a lot of shirt orders to do, that's where I get mainly where I get my shirts from. So that'll go down there. Not frozen, you're good, all good. Sorry, I pressed send by accident. I was going to ask you if you are still going to show videos working with the scan and cut. Oh yes, I am. I'm sorry, Gloria. I've just been sidetracked with a lot of stuff happening, personal, like sickness, family's been sick, so I just haven't had time to make any videos. So yeah. Still planning on doing those though. I know, Alyssa, so I'm stepping out of my comfort zone with all these bright colors, but I feel like birthday shirts and just regular day-to-day shirts for kids need to be bright and fun. Clothing is different. I'm always going to have more of the pastel-y, light watercolors for my clothing line. That's just what I like. But for these shirts and stuff, I'm trying to make them stand out a little more. Blank apparel and Sandmar a lot for blanks. Both have fast service from my location. Yes, blank apparel is very fast. I feel like Jiffy shirts is super fast too, though. Okay, so I need to finish these blankets. I already, I'm gonna put you guys, I think what I'm gonna do is switch, I'm going to switch your tripod that you're on because I don't like this one. This one I can angle it better. So I'm going to move you guys really fast. I'm happy this microphone's working though because it's a lot easier when you guys can hear me and I don't have to scream. So I'm going to move you guys really quick, so hold on. That's better. Hi, welcome. Thanks for coming and joining us. Thank you, Gloria. You're so sweet. Okay, so I know I have to finish this blanket. Such a cute name, Rhet, and it's spelled different, R-H-E-T-R. So I guess that's not Rhet. I guess that's Redder? I'm not really sure how to pronounce that. And then Luke, so my super cute sunshine fabric with the gray thread. I always try to, unless they request something different, then I always match the name with the backing. So the backing of my bare fabric is normally green. Unless they request the brown, then I always match the name to whatever I'm putting on the back. So this one is gray because I'm going to use a gray backing for this and a green for the green backing for this. So I know I have to do these. I know I have to do this one as well. Sorry for the giant mess in here, you guys. I am getting back into the swing of work and haven't had time to clean. So this one is just a lovey, and his name was Kip. Super cute. So again, I use a black backing on this one, and so I put his name in black. And I always do that unless they write in the notes at checkout what they want. And a good tip for you guys is if somebody messages you on Etsy saying, can you do this or that or whatever, like something specific on an order, I always just say, for me anyway, if it's anything to do with their name or a color or if they want to do a different color backing or whatever, I always just say, yes, of course, as long as I have that color that you're wanting, go ahead and write that in the checkout. When you check out, there's a note box that you can write, and I just say, write that in the notes at checkout and be specific with what you want and make sure you spell the name correctly. And if I do not have that color that you're requesting, then I will message you back and let you know what I do have. And a lot of times I'll say, if you really want that color and I have to reorder it, or if I don't have enough in stock or whatnot, and you're not specifically needing it in a 2-week time frame, I can always order it for you and then message you when it comes in. So that's how I do it. I just always let them know what's going on. And then I have to make a skirt. So these are the items that are due today. So I'm going to work on these blankets first. Actually, I take that back. I'm going to work on the skirt first. So I'm going to put these over here to the side. And I'm going to cut out my skirt because, oops. I was supposed to do this last night and I didn't get to it. So I printed out their thing. It's due today, so I need to get that out today for sure. Okay, so it is a 2-3 rainbow skirt. Turning my fan on because it's hot. So you won't be able to hear it over there, I don't think. If it's too loud, let me know. I also need to sew up all of my Christmas fabric. I know it's not even Halloween yet, but again, it's going to come fast. So I'm scooting you guys up because I can't really see a lot of what I'm doing. A little better. Have you tried puff vinyl at all? I haven't, Joanne. I've wanted to, but honestly, I like the fuzzy, velvety look better. I just think it's softer. I'm not really a puff person. The proof of your new fabric should be here soon. I'm so excited, Sarah. You have no idea. So I'm just cutting a skirt out right now. This is how I cut my skirts. I don't have a template for them. I just have measurements written down because that's, to me, the skirt is just a rectangle the way that I make it. So I'm not going to take the time and waste my vinyl, my clear vinyl template material if I can just use a ruler and do it myself. So I just make sure I have it on a straight line, on the fold. And this is just how I do my skirts. There are many different ways to do them. I have them written. I made a template. I can show you guys up there. This right here is a guide. So I wrote the sizes down and the measurements so that I know exactly what measurement for what size when I'm making the skirt. How to do it. So I just refer to that when I need to. And then I also make these little things for the top and bottoms of my skirt, and I'll show you that in a minute. So this is a 2-3. Okay. So 20 and a half. So it's going to be 20 and a half long by 13 and a half height. So what I do is I already know that this is long enough, so I don't even worry about the length. I always just worry about the height. So 13 and a half, I just measure it at 14 because I know this is a little bit crooked and I want to be able to make it straight. So I'm going to measure it at 14 just to be safe. So now I'm going to just make it even. I need a new blade. And don't ever assume that this is the same as the back, because if I were to cut this off right here, I'd be cutting all this off back here. They're not the same. I don't know why Spoonflower does it that way, but they do. So what I then do is measure from here. I leave about 1/4 inch. This is how I do it. Again, there's many different ways to do it. I leave 1/4 inch off of here. Actually, I'm going the wrong way. 1/4 inch into the skirt. That way I can cut the fold off. So I'm just going to do it this way for you guys. So I cut 1/4 inch off right here. That way I have no fold. And then I'm going to, because you want 2 layers for the skirt. Then from here to here, it's going to be 20.5 inches. So I've already cut my fold off, so I'm going to do literally 20.5 inches. So that's at 25.5 right here. And the reason why it's at 25.5, if you're wondering, is because I don't have it all the way over to the one on my thing. I'm measuring it from the end of the skirt. So then I cut off that, instead of cutting this off and wasting my pattern on the back. Now with this, I can use this piece right here for cuffs, for my leggings, my rompers, my bummies, anything like that. And then on this side, I can use it for that as well. If I need to use it for nursing pads, I can use it for nursing pads. But what I do is just fold up the scraps and put it in here, because I know that these down here I keep for clothing scraps, like cuffs, the little pieces. Up here, you guys can't see where I'm pointing to, but these bins right here on the top are for nursing pads. So now that my skirt is all cut to the measurements, I then prep it. I do all the work at one time. And I only have one skirt right now that has been ordered. Otherwise, I'd be doing them at the same time. I cut them all out at the same time, but this is the only one that's due right now. So I'm only going to do it this one right now. Grabbing my pen. Let's see. I'm already working on Christmas items. Nice. Got to get back to the shop. Bye, Marge. Thank you for being here. Love fabric prints so much that you just want to keep it forever. Yes, I do, Dee. All the time. That's a dream come true. Gotta run. Take care. Bye, Alyssa. Thank you for being here. I love fabric too. I buy lots and I have it sit there way too long since I don't really have any time to create anything with it. Haha, but I still buy more thinking I will have time. I'm the same way. Honestly, I have fabric that sits here and I don't do anything with. I have probably a handful of bolts over here that I've never even touched, that I have ideas that I want to make with them and I just don't. I love how you use all the pieces. Spoonflower fabric is precious. Oh yeah, I don't waste any of it. That is the reason why I think of things to make with my scrap fabric, because I do not want to waste it. So, time to... Actually, I got these new pens, and I'm going to test it first before I write on something. I'm going to test it just to make sure that it does what it's supposed to do. Except for my heat isn't on, so let's just see. Well, I'm not going to use this pen right now because I don't know if it's going to work because my heater or my thing isn't on, so I'll just use my old one that I know works. They're the same brand, so it should be fine. I just couldn't find this pen anywhere. I can't remember where I got it, and I don't have it logged. Going back to our statement from earlier, knowing where you get your products and keeping track of them. My favorite pen to use for marking stuff, and I can't remember where I got it. Because it literally erases with the heat. But I got the same brand pen. It's just a different kind. So I want to make sure on a scrap fabric before I mark on my actual fabric. It's supposed to disappear with heat. But some of them don't when they say they do on certain fabrics. So always test it. $11:45. Did I really talk for like an hour, guys? I guess I was chatty. I haven't had anyone to talk to lately. Okay, again, there are 1,000 ways to make skirts, and this is just the way that I teach myself to make something. I continue doing it that way because I'm used to doing it that way, and it's just the way that I like to do it. So this is how I do it. I know there's probably a more time-efficient way to do it, but again, this is the way how I like to do it. Hey, Amber, you do beautiful work. I have a question for you. How many sizes do you get up on a pattern to compensate for fabric shrinkage? I don't really know how to answer that question. I make my own patterns. So I guess in order to compensate for shrinkage, maybe do it like 1/4 of an inch bigger. If you don't pre-wash your fabric. I don't pre-wash any of my fabric. So maybe, I'm really not sure, honestly. But if it were me and I was using a pattern and I don't wash mine beforehand, if it doesn't specifically say pre-wash, then I would probably make them your seam allowance. Just make it that much bigger is what my advice would be. But again, I don't know. I know, where has the time gone, honestly? Does your pen erase in heat but come back if it's cold? I quit using any pens that come back if they are introduced to cold. My pens disappear. So the one that I use, again, I don't remember where I got it, but this one is amazing. I love it. And it's friction. So I got the same brand, but I couldn't find this exact one. That's why I wanted to test it. My heater is probably heated up, so I'm going to test it right now and see if it goes away. And then we'll see if it comes back. It went away. Now, I never heard of it coming back in the cold, so we're going to do a test. I'm going to put it in the freezer or on ice. Don't make fun of my refrigerator. This is an old refrigerator. Did not come back. It's cold. It's gone. There's no mark. So, I got these on Amazon, if you guys want them. They are Pilot Friction Ball 0.07 erasable gel pens. So, if you need some pens, here it is. Mine didn't. I've been using this one since the beginning. Since the beginning of my time. That's why I got new ones, because I didn't know how much longer mine would last. So the way that I do my tape is I put this underneath and this above so that they're both meeting in the middle. That's how I remember to do it every time. And I always leave enough room for my seam allowance on the side. I don't want to sew into my tape. Maybe certain friction pens do come back. But probably not the heat soluble ones. I don't know. Every piece of clothing is a process to me. But you gotta love the process because the outcome is so amazing. That's how I think of it. And I think what has really helped me in my business is just loving what you do and not getting frustrated, because the reason or the way you grow is by learning, and you can't learn if you don't make mistakes, right? So you got to figure it out, and everything is a process. That's what I tell myself. So you're not going to be able to make a skirt in 5 minutes, right? Everything's a process. So I take my time, I put love into every piece that I do, and I just have fun with it. I just pretend like I'm making it for something super special, you know? Like every order is its own order, obviously, but you know what I mean. I'm gonna move you guys over here now. What color is the pen, please? Mine is black, Marissa. The quilting and the friction pen came back. Probably takes more than a minute. I don't use as they come back. Oh, I honestly haven't had any problems with the pen that I use. I heat it with my heat press, so maybe that's why. If you're just using an iron, I don't know. What type of tape are you using and where do you purchase it from? I get my tape from Amazon. So if you want, I can link it for you really fast on here. I don't think I have it linked in the description. I'm over at my computer, guys. I'm not gone, I promise. I'm over at my computer. So this is the tape that I get on Amazon. It comes in 2 rolls. It's only $7.98. It's heat soluble, wash away tape. And I'm going to link it for you guys here. Let's see. There's the link. And I'm still learning as new products and material. Oh yeah, Barb, there's so many new things that come out all the time. Did you decide what serger you like best, the Juki or the baby lock? I like the baby lock. I haven't, honestly, the Juki's just, it's been there. I've used it a couple times, but I'm just so used to the Celebrate that it's a piece of cake for me, and it's so easy and smooth that that's my go-to now. So the locked 1034D in the back corner under the gold mat, That's the machine I use every day for my nursing pads. That's my nursing pad machine. I just got the settings down perfectly to where it just is flawless with the nursing pads. So that's what I use for those on a day-to-day basis. The Celebrate is what I use for my clothing. So I use that every day to sew up my clothing. Okay, I'm going back over to my machine. Uh-oh. I just unplugged my computer, so sorry. Give me 1 sec. Good thing I wasn't on my computer doing a live stream because I just unplugged it. That could have been bad. Okay, so I'm going to come over here really quick. Okay, so my first step is to serge the sides together. I may need to clean this. Let me check it out for a second. Hold on. I need a drink of water. It's starting to get hot in here. I thought if I did a live in the morning it would be fine, but it starts to get hot around lunchtime. Come on. Just trying to boot my computer up, you guys. I accidentally unplugged it. Give me 1 second. Okay, I think I got it. Let's see here. No, let's see. Bingham 2. Sorry guys, be there in 1 sec. Okay, I think I have it. I love fine point pens. Hey Prill, how's your training going? North Central Minnesota with rain, should stay cool for the rest of the week, and I love the cooler temps. Oh my gosh, I love the cooler temps. You guys, I am about to get AC in my garage, and I'm so excited because it's going to be an actual, like, it'll be an actual shop at that point because I won't have, like, so many flies in here, like, just random stuff that happens in your garage. So I'll be able to treat it as like a normal shop, if you will. Okay, let's see. I don't know which way you guys want to go. Put you right here. Trying to get you up closer. Empty this. Literally 50 times a day I have to empty this thing. Looks fine. Again, I don't know how long this microphone is going to last, so please let me know if it goes out. Also, talking about the whole compliance thing, because I put tags in my items, I didn't want to have to put another tag in there for the compliance. So that's why I did the stamps, because I'm still going to add my tags. But what I didn't need to do is add a separate stamp with the size and all that on there. So my stamp is literally just my information and then the batch number. underneath of where I'm going to put my tag. So say I put my tag in the middle right here, it's going to have my logo tag or my business tag and the size tag, and then underneath I'm going to put my stamp right here on the underneath of it, if that makes sense. So that is how I'm planning on doing it. I'm actually planning on starting to do that with all of my new fabrics. Well, obviously for all of them, but what I mean, like my new batches that I have in. So like my new rainbow one that I have in, once I get into that, that's when I'm gonna start like doing all that. So this is where I put my lock. There's a lock button right here for your cutter. On pretty much all of the clothing that I make, half the time I use the cutter and the other half of the time I turn the cutter off. So I just know with what item I'm making, what I want to cut off and what I don't want to cut off. That's the beauty about making your own designs, is that you can make that decision on your own. So I'm not going to cut off anything on the top of here. I'm just serging along the raw edge. Just to make it look more professional. The knit material isn't going to fray, so I don't technically need to serge the top, but because I want it to look more professional, I'm going to. That's just me though. You guys, my skirts do look giant until they're all constructed and put together. And I do always, if you know me, I always tuck in my strings at the end, my tails, whatever you want to call them. You don't have to, but I just always do. So the next part is I know you guys are commenting. I don't know if you're asking any questions, but I'm not at the computer. So the next part is taking off the tape and folding over the edges. That's the next part that I do. So I'm just going to face it towards me and do that. Again, everything is a process. So this skirt takes a little bit, and sometimes it's hard to get the edges up off the tape without it not sticking. The reason why I use the tape is because it just is so much easier, especially with the hem. That's the main part that I like using the tape for. But it is easier doing it with the top too, because then when I go to top stitch, it's way easier as well, doing it that way. And I just feel like the overall look of it is just more crisp. Again, it's sometimes tough in the beginning to get this off, to actually stick to the fabric. So again, when I have multiple orders of these, I do these all in steps at the same time. But because I'm live with you guys, I'm just trying to get these few orders out and be done with it. That's why I use the pen mark though. Well, A, so that I know where to put the tape, but also so I know where to press it down. Makes it a lot easier to press down if I have a line as a guide. Because if you all know me, I have really bad eyesight, so it just helps. And it helps press down that seam right there. So this part probably takes the longest, getting all this done. Making sure it's all nice and even. And then you do the bottom part, same way. I think it's easier when I do it towards me. Sorry I don't talk so much when I am working. I get concentrated. I'm sure you guys all can relate. Okay, so once that's done, I then go, I'm going to turn you around over here. And I press it, because this tape is washable, but it's also, it stays really well when it's pressed with heat. So I just make sure my seams on both sides are laying the right way, which you have to check because sometimes they twist. So I do it with the middle, and then I pull it sideways and do that. And it just, again, that just makes it so it's nice and crisp when I go to sew it. And it stays together really well. Do the same thing with the top and the bottom. Making sure that the seams are laying the correct way. No wrinkles. Also, pressing it at this point allows me to not have to press it at the end. It's already pressed. So I don't have to press it again after this. Okay, so there's my skirt, nice and pressed. And now I'm going to go over to the cover stitch because that's my next step, and then do the hem on the bottom. So that's what we're going to go do right now. I'm going to turn you back around. So I think now we're actually going over here. Let's see. I thought that you would not need batch number for small batch manufacturers. See, so confusing. I understand it to mean you just needed to keep records of where you purchase materials. As far as I know, Bev, you have to have batch numbers on all your stuff if you're selling children's clothing. Any advice for sizing? I know Amber adjusted her sizing and patterns by using her kids, but my kid is 16. Yeah, I know, it's so hard. I was fortunate to have nieces and nephews and my children to make them off of. So I don't really know. From what I already saw you too, is the whole compliance thing something new for child clothing items? I don't think it's something new. I think it's been around. I think it's just something that's been addressed here on YouTube and in the children's clothing world, and something I'm new to, certainly, and I'm learning, and apparently you just have to be compliant to be able to sell children's clothing. I don't know. Fold over her serged ends into a straight stitch over it and serge in the seam to secure it. Oh. I'll have to try that. It is very overwhelming to be compliant, but again, it seems overwhelming at first. I was so overwhelmed, and now I am starting to understand it more. I only got as far as ordering labels for my logo in Etsy shop, having to get fabric content, washing instructions. Also, that's why I order the same fabric, because it's all exactly the same material or content. It's 100% organic cotton, so that's all I need to put on there, which it makes it super simple. What about children's clothing that is altered? For example, the bodysuit purchased from Blink's Boutique and you add embroidery applique. I think you just have to put your information on it because it is something that you made. So you still have to, so for example, like my embroidery shirts, if I get my blanks from AJ Blanks, who is compliant, and I get them from ARB Blanks, who is compliant, I'm still altering that shirt by putting a design on it with my thread and my fabric. So all the thread and all the fabric that I put on that blank has to be compliant. So I still have to add my tag to that blank shirt with my information on it. It's all confusing, I know, but I promise you'll get it. Okay. Amber, that's my plan, do the same. Yes, it's it'll literally just be so much easier, and that's why I only use one type of fabric. You can use other sources that are print on demand, like Spoonflower. I just use Spoonflower because I know it and I'm used to it. I know how to order it and all that. But there are other sites you can do. The reason why I like Spoonflower is because I can order this fabric print and blanket material and cotton material and organic cotton material and knit, anything that you want. I can get it in they call it the Sweet Pea Gauze, which is a gauze material. There are so many different kinds of fabrics I can order it in that's the main reason why I ended up going with them. Okay, you guys, this is the trick to a cover stitch if you don't know. I use a hook. I think I've had this on my videos before. I feel like I'm yelling because you're across here, but I forgot I have my mic on. Sorry. But I use a hook, and you have to push your tensions down. And that's like the main thing. Lift up your presser foot. Use your hook underneath here to grab underneath these things. So lift it up. Use your hook underneath the threads. Press down on your 2 tension rods, or whatever they're called. Pull out your thread. In the beginning, when I tried this trick, I didn't push my tensions down, and I was just pulling the thread out. And it was putting a lot of tension on the fabric itself and the needles. So make sure you press the tensions down on the top of the machine to get that to loosen up. And then you can basically, I just cut through the middle of the thread. And then what you want to do is push on the tension on the very last needle. Unless you're using all the needles, I'm sorry, take that back. This is the bobbin underneath here, or whatever, not the bobbin, but these ones over here. I don't know what I'm saying. The last, what's it called? The color blue, whatever that's called. The tension on the top. Push it down and then pull it back, and that allows it to release very, very freely without putting any pressure on it. Cut it off. That way you're not pulling on your thread. I always overlap my threads about 1 inch just to be safe, but I go right on top of the thread on the top stitch. That way you can't tell. So just make sure you're lining it up evenly. Sometimes I do a knot on the end like I am right now. Other times I don't. It doesn't really matter because it locks on itself if you close it off the right way. So I decided today I wanted to do that. Other times I don't. I don't know if I cover stitch the correct way. It looks good to me. Again, I'm not a professional sewist. I just do what I know. But I feel like it comes out even every time. I just kind of go by feel. So the inside, I go by feel when I do it, and it looks like that all the way across. I can kind of see through this fabric. Other fabrics I can't. But again, I go by feel. So when I can feel the underlining of the fabric on my pointer finger, that's how I sew it through. What'd you say? Upper and lower tension? Upper and lower looper. Yeah. See, I'm horrible at terminology. I'm really bad at it. So I apologize. I'm more of a visual person. Okay, I'm going to move you guys over here now. Let's see. I'm going to put you on here. And I lose my train of thought a lot when I'm trying to explain you guys stuff. I always forget what the names of things are. They have a huge warehouse just a few miles away from here. I hope that they start printing from there also. Make it so easy for me. That's luck, Lisa. That would be awesome. I don't use HTV, but I have used embroidery, vinyl, but I purchased from Angela, and now it is compliant. Yes. As long as your stuff is compliant, I wouldn't have any worries. That's the first thing I check now, is if it's compliant. And I just print off all of the certificates and put them in a file. Yes. Upper and lower looper are nice. Do you use all 4 of those machines? I use all of them, yes. I use all of my machines for different stuff. So I move around. So basically, I'm on live today, so I'm just talking and doing a couple orders here and there. But normally, like yesterday when I was, after being sick for a week, I had a ton of stuff to catch up on. So I do piles of stuff. So I'll do whatever I need to do at the serger that I was just at, and then I'll move it over to the cover stitch and do all my cover stitching, and then I'll move over here and do all my top stitching and tagging. And so I just move from station to station, and it feels like you're not really getting anywhere because nothing's actually completed, but then at the end you finish everything at one time. So it's like making inventory. So that's how I do it. Look at this cute new design I made. So cute. Also made this for my son for football. I made a Cardinals one for my other son because I'm Cardinals, my husband is Seahawks, so we kind of battle, but I think it's funny. And then I made this cute one the other day as well. So those are a couple new ones that I wanted to do. Prill, it's helped me just kind of be productive instead of, like today I'm not being very productive, honestly. I'm just hopping around with one order, which isn't very productive, but on a normal basis, that is how I do things. What's the difference between the small batch number and having to have a number for each product? I was told if the items are made from natural materials, you don't need to have them compliant. I'm not too sure on the whole natural materials thing. Some things are excluded, but I don't know exactly what that means. I'm still learning that. The way that I do things, I don't really know how to say this. It's different for me. It might be different for me than it is for you because I have an Etsy shop and a website. And in order to sync my stuff up, I have to have a SKU number. So my SKU numbers are different from my batch numbers. This is going to sound confusing, and it was confusing to me in the beginning as well. And I'm starting to understand it now more. But my SKU numbers I base on my actual item. So say, for example, my bummies. My SKU number for my bummies is going to be BUM 0001 and then 0002 and so on and so forth for all of my bummies. And so if I have my list under my listings and bummies, if I have 24 pairs of different bummies, my SKU number for my bummies is going to be BUM 00 all the way up to 24. Now for my batch numbers, it's going to be different because I'm not going to name it bummies. I'm going to name it by print. So if it's my rainbow print like I have right here in front of you, I'm probably going to name it N for the abbreviation of rainbow, and then the date. So the date of when I ordered that so-called batch. And then the next time I have to order a new bolt of fabric, I will then rename that as the same, RAIN, and then say I ordered it October 15th. And I start using it then, that I'm going to name that batch number that date. So you have to change it every time. That's what I think. I don't know if that's correct or not. That's what I'm going to do though. I don't know if I'm right. I could be wrong, so again, don't quote me, but that's how I'm going to do it and that's what I'm getting out of it. Come on. So I don't know why, but I always like to do my top stitch of my top one facing up, and then I usually flip it around and do it this way. That's just me. I'm weird. I do things weird. But I'm going to put my tag in here now. This is what I keep all my tags. I need to replenish them because they are getting low. I am loving my Reliable, you guys, if you are wondering. It is just a great starter industrial. I love it so much. It's so easy. The whole not having an oil pan underneath of it and just being able to use it like a regular at-home machine, but being an industrial machine is amazing. I just love it. Now I'm making my casing. Make sure your seam is going the right way. So once I'm not, you know, like live and not just focusing on work and stuff, they don't take that long. It's just different steps that you have to do. So it's quick. It's quick but time consuming, if that makes sense. So I don't usually cut my string off until the end because I want to be able to see like where to sew that off on. So I'm going to go grab my elastic, which I should have done in the beginning, that I didn't. But I keep all my elastic up here on the top shelf, and I get it in a huge roll like this. This is a 1.5 inch elastic non-roll, and I just measure it. I have my chart up here. It says 18.5 inches for a 2 to 3T. So I'm going to measure it at 18.5 inches. Ah, don't fall! So this came in actually a like donut looking thing, and I saved this from a vinyl roll that I got, and I just put it on here like this as I got it because I wanted it to be up tall. And I got this like acrylic holder from Amazon. I'm just very weird about my materials and stuff. I want to be able to see them, and I just kind of make up stuff as I go. So this is what I'm talking about. Up here, I'll show you guys. So this is how I store it. So these things I got on Amazon, and it's like this, and so I just keep them inside there. So I took a vinyl holder and wrapped it around, because this one came on a roll like that, but this one that I ordered came on like a donut thing. So I unrolled it and rolled it on one of these things. And that's because, let me actually bring you over here so I can show you. The reason why I did that was so that I can determine which one is which, because I use, this is the elastic I use for my clothing, like, well, I mean like my leggings. So this is leggings, this is knit elastic, this is non-roll elastic. So I use non-roll for my skirts, and I use knit for my leggings. So in order for me to just like grab and go when I need to cut it and not get confused, I wanted these to be upright and these to be down, if that makes sense. So that's how I kind of just do that. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Marissa, I think that's hire an attorney. Wait, what's complicated? I've missed a lot, you guys. Okay, thank you. I get what you're saying. It's complicated and I'd like to learn. I think I need to just hire an attorney. I know. I've actually thought about that, just to hire somebody who can actually just do that part for me so it's doing it the right way, because I don't want to get in trouble if I'm just assuming I'm doing it the right way. I don't know. Check out the Maker's Resource Shop if you want to know more information. Sorry if not allowed. I'm not an affiliate with them other than buying their compliance courses. You guys, don't ever feel like you can't put anything on my chat. All information is welcome in this channel. So don't apologize. We are all learning from each other. I'm actually sitting here writing down that website so that I can look it up and see if I can learn anything from that site, because I've never heard of that site before. So thank you. But please, all information is welcome on here. The best thing to do is join the S Product Safety Compliance group on Facebook. Is that the one that, I think Nita is on there too. She's learned a lot from them, I think. I think that's the one she's talking about. Product Safety Compliance group. Sorry guys, I'm writing down this information because I'm going to check you guys all out, or what you guys are saying. And all the admins and frequent commenters are super helpful. If you have any questions, you make up the numbers for the batch. Batch numbers, although you have to have them, you can make them whatever you want them to be. It's just so that you can figure out if something ever came back to you, you have to be able to associate that batch number with that product. So you can do however you want. As far as I'm concerned and what I know, I think that's correct. If I'm not correct, please someone let me know. But that's as far as I know. Okay, so does your Reliable also have a walking foot? No, it does not come with a walking foot. This is just the standard foot that it came with. I am wanting to purchase another industrial machine with a walking foot. I say this all the time, but if you guys all know me, I like certain machines for certain things. I don't like to sit there and change out different feet and change out different thread and do all this other stuff. So what I buy a machine for is for something specific. And so when I buy a machine with a walking foot, I will use it for a specific product that I'm trying to make with it. So this one is just for my top stitching and my tagging, basically, is what I use it for. Can you show how your label looks that you put on your blank shirts and where you place them? I don't put any tags on the blank shirts. I'm going to be stamping my blank shirts underneath of the tag itself that's already on the shirt. I wouldn't mind having one like Embroidering Reliable, but I've got nowhere to put it. I also want a walking foot machine, but no room for that either. Trust me, Dee, I'm in your same situation. I feel like no matter how big your space is, you still don't have enough room for all the stuff you want. Okay. I think the Reliable 2600 is stable, zigzag, and has a walking foot. Okay. So mine doesn't have a walking foot. I'm sure you can purchase one for it, but it didn't come with it. And it does have straight stitch and zigzag. That's the main reason why I got it, was for the zigzag. Colorful rubber bands. The ones on my computer? These? All these things back here, that is for something that, it's a new product that I haven't made yet. So I don't want to announce it until I've actually done it. But it's going to be super cute. I'm excited. Okay, so one of the things I do with my waistband, or the elastic, is I round my corners. Again, everything is a process, but I do this, so that it doesn't poke the material, because it is kind of sharp, and it's a lot easier to pull it through. So I do take the time to round my corners. So I was supposed to roll out, I was supposed to roll out that new product a couple weeks ago when I had the idea. Haven't been able to get to it. Every time I feel like I'm catching up, something happens and then I get fall back behind again. Orders aren't late or anything like that because I always stay up to date on them and make sure I get the ones out that need to go out on time. But it doesn't allow me time to do new things. So that's why I took the time the other day and made at least these like couple new designs that I have. That I'm excited to put out. I haven't put new designs out in so long, you guys. I've been itching and itching and itching to do new things, and I just have not had time to. So I'm trying to make that a priority, but orders come first. That's the truth. When you have a business, your orders must come first. At least that's how I feel. Customer service. This is a very popular print, especially for my skirts. So, switching it to zigzag, 2 seconds, literally not even, like half a second. Switching it to zigzag to attach these together. And what I do is just like, I don't know, 3/4 of an inch. On the bigger sizes, I usually go down, zigzag, I do the middle and to both sides. On the smaller ones, I just do 2 sides. Just because, you know, as they get bigger, they stretch it more, so. Then I take it off of zigzag, which is just a twist, super easy. Now it's back to straight stitch. I'm gonna tuck this in. Now this is where my strings, this is where my strings that I did not cut come in handy, where I can see where I started and stopped that straight stitch. So I know I started right there. What's happening here? It's like stuck in here. Because I accidentally pressed the foot down, it came out. So hot in here, you guys. You have no idea. hard to function when it's so hot. Okay, I always make sure it comes up right. There we go. Is my speaker still working good? I'm just closing up this little gap that I made for my casing. Now I go through and pull out all the threads that I have. It's just a guide so that you can see where you started and left off. And because it is so ruffled, you can't see really even the top stitching. But it is so adorable. It's the front. And you just kind of move the ruffles around. So cute. So did you see, remember how big it looked in the beginning? And now look how small it is after I finish it. So cute. So it's already pressed, everything already done, so now that order is just complete. I don't have to press it at all after all that. Hey.
Hey, you're on your live?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want a sandwich from Porter Subs?
Sure.
Can we get one?
Just a small one.
Yeah, okay. And then, should I get one for Kane?
Yeah. Give him the same kind I get.
Okay. Yeah, it's the same one I get.
Yeah.
But I get it the same way as yours.
Yeah, same as mine.
And then, what kind of seltzer is it that you liked? Remember the one you tried, I think it was across the street, that wasn't too sweet? Remember what it was?
No idea. I'm good with anything like citrus. Lime.
I'm gonna go buy total wine too.
All right,
So,
bye.
love
Bye.
you.
Love you. My garage is about to go off, guys, so if it gets loud, sorry about that. That was my husband. He's leaving to go get some stuff from the store. So cute. Okay, so took us all that time to get through one little order, but that's okay. We've been chatting. So every time I finish an order, I always put it down over at the shipping station so that I can it's out of the way. I don't have to think about it anymore. And then at the end of the day, usually around 4, I start packaging up everything that I need to take out. So yesterday I was able to get 11 orders out. And that was a good progress. So that was my 12th order that needed to go out, and I just finished it. So now I'm kind of like feeling good that I got all that taken care of after being sick for those few days. I still have quite a few orders to do, but those ones were the ones that needed to go out. I also wanted to show you guys, I had to unbox it because I needed some of the products. But I wanted to show you guys what I got from ALLSTITCH. A lot of you guys always ask me what products I get. I don't know why I just did that. What products I get from ALLSTITCH, because I order from them a lot for my threads and stuff. I put a lot of it away already, but I'm going to go through what I got. Sorry, he's about to leave. Okay, so a lot of So I get all my thread there. I use Madeira for my embroidery. I have been trying Floriani, also Exquisite. I like all of them, but I have the majority of my thread is Madeira. So I do a lot of these colors, so I order more of these. I ordered more black and white. I ordered more gray. I do a lot of the mauve color that goes on like my mermaid blankets and stuff. So I ordered just basically duplicates of all the ones that I use on a day-to-day basis. I order these threaders from them. I love these because my eyesight sucks, and so that is the hardest part about embroidery for me, is when I need to thread my needles. So these are very, very handy. Also ordered more oil pens. These are my favorite because they are so precise. So these, if you don't have them, let me open one. These are like a must for me. I just really like them. I don't know. They're little oil pens. So I just order a couple of them. I like to have them at every machine. I use these for all of my machines. So I like to just have one at each station. So those are what I ordered. I ordered a bunch of different new colors because, again, I'm trying to make new designs with my new flock material, and then I got just a bunch of different colors, which I'm super in love with. I got like a blue jean color. I don't know, you can't really tell on here, but it's like a really pretty like blue jeany color. And then more of like a brighter like blue color. I got more of a mustard yellow to kind of match. It doesn't really show on the screen, it looks different. So it's not that yellow, it's more of a mustard, lighter yellow color to match my rainbow design. This is more like a peach color. That light is making it weird. So it's more like a peachy color. I already have this pink. I needed more of it, but it's like a Barbie pink, I guess. I got a sea green. Oh my gosh, this color is so pretty. You can't tell because that light. That way. So it's more like a sea greenish color. So pretty. This is to match, let me bring a sample. I think this matches perfect. Do I have any out? So like my brown for my rainbow. Also for my cactus, which I don't have anything. Let me see if I have. I don't have any out here. Let me see if I have a lovey. I do. Oh my gosh, this is perfect. I get so excited when I can color match online. So that's going to be so pretty for their name to be embroidered on. So I've been thinking of just like different colors to use for all my different blankets because I've been adding a lot of different prints. So I always order these little ones because they're only $2.99 and you can get and there's a lot of thread on here. So if I like the color, I write it down, I order a big one, if they offer a big one. Sometimes they don't offer big ones. This is like a really pretty light blue color. I don't know if you can see that super well, but it's so pretty. And then just a brown, because I needed just a basic brown for my bare fabric and whatnot. So these are all the new ones I got. Lots of new thread. Also got, let me show you over here. So I keep in my bins the stabilizer. So I got black stabilizer. This is the classic cutaway that I get from ALLSTITCH. 12 by 12, it fits perfectly in these bins down here. And then this is my white. So I have black and white stabilizer that I use. I also have, I need to pre-cut more. I usually keep my white cloud cover in here, and then I have my black cloud cover down here. So I do the black and the white. for my shirts. This is all my tape for my skirts. Tearaway. This is my stabilizer, my no-show polymesh fusible stabilizer that I use for my rompers. I keep in here. In here I have pre-cut my sticky back stabilizer for my loveys. These are my shirts for my son that I need to heat press his badges for. He has to wear that shirt for a uniform. I got these new thread stands. I'm in love with them, so I'm loving those. And then these ones, this for my mini ones. I have my other rack down there. I need to hang it somewhere. But what else did I get? Oh, I got some more needles. So these are the needles that I get. They are the DB, they're the Organ needles. I use size 65/9 ballpoint for all my embroidery needs. They've worked perfect for me. A lot of people say they're too small, but I think they're amazing and they've never given me any issues before, so those are what I use. What else? I think that's it. So that was my all-stitch haul. So I'm going to sit down at the computer again and answer any questions you guys have. Let's see. Okay, so we need a corner rounder like in paper crafting. Isn't it funny how you Google what other people have in the background of their YouTubes? That's so funny. What are you guys talking about? What are you Googling? What kind of fabric were you using for your skirt? So my skirt material, all this material up here, this fabric is all organic cotton knit. So that's what I use for all of my clothing. I believe it's going to be 111 today. Joanne, it's so hot. Yesterday it was even hotter. So today I'm hot, but I'm not as hot as it was yesterday. Do you have a video on what made you choose this industrial machine? No, Prill, I don't have a video on how I chose that machine, but I do just talk about like what made me want to buy this machine. I have a salesperson. Her name is Nicole, and she is from Sewing Machines Plus. And again, I am affiliate for SewingMachinesPlus.com. If you guys ever have any interest in buying a machine or anything from them in particular, please message me, email me, however you want to get a hold of me. Ask me any questions you have, and I can answer them to the best of my ability. I do have a coupon code. Sometimes, depending on what machine or supply you need, they might not offer that coupon code, but it's always worth a try. But I told her what I wanted a industrial machine for, and she helped me in choosing the machine that I got. So the reason why I got this machine is because, like I've said before, each machine I have is for a specific task. And what I wanted this machine for is for fast top stitching and fast for waistbands, my zigzag stitching. So what I needed the industrial for was for straight stitch and zigzag. And there are only a handful, not very many industrial machines that offer both straight stitch and zigzag stitching. So that is why I went with this machine. It offered everything I needed. It was a good beginner industrial machine, and I've never had an industrial, so I didn't really have anything to compare it to. So I just thought, you know, like I always say, trial and error. You have to try it in order to know if you like it or not. So I gave it a shot, and I actually love it. It's not giving me any issues. I've been using it every day. I love it. So there's the backstory. Does your fabric come on the bolt, or do you get empty bolt boxes from like Joann's or similar? That's funny you asked that. Spoonflower actually delivers them folded up in a big bunch like that right there. So every time I get new orders or like new fabric in, I lay it on my ping pong table, and until I am done with the bolt that is the other one, the same print, I then roll up the new one. But I have a system. So as soon as I'm getting low on, like, as soon as I'm getting low on a bolt, I'll order a new one. And then I'll replenish it, and then I'll order a new one. That's kind of how I do it. It's just my own system. But yes, I do go to Joann's and Hobby Lobby, and I get their extra bolts. And I store my extra ones on the top of these shelves right here. And when I need one, I'll grab one. So I always get extra bolts, but I always ask for the extra long ones because Spoonflower fabric is 54 inches, I believe, 54 or 56, something like that. They're extra wide. So I have to get the extra long bolts for them to fit. Let's see. Where do you get your heat press covers? I got mine on Amazon. They should be linked in my description below. They're called top and bottom platens, and I have had them for the duration of probably up close to 5 years now, and they haven't needed to be replaced or anything, so they've been great. And I keep my heat temperature set at 315. I use that for all of my vinyl work, all of my pressing my stabilizer on my rompers. I use that pressure or heat for my embroidery shirts. The only time I change it is when I do screen print transfer or sublimation. Sublimation, I put it at 400. Screen print transfer, I put it at 375. Aw, thank you, Wendy. That's so nice of you to say that. I got my heat press Friday, but I have had a hectic work week, so I haven't gotten to turn it on yet. You're gonna love a heat press if you don't already have one. What's a hobby of yours? Honestly, my hobby is this, all of this. But I'm always constantly thinking about what can I make? What can I do that's different? Or I have in my head, like, what new pattern do I want to come up with? What kind of dress do I want to make? What do I want it to look like? Do I want a different kind of skirt? Do I want to make a different pair of leggings? Like, I'm always trying to think of different patterns. So I don't know if that's necessarily my hobby, but that's just something I love to do. I love to create, and I'm always trying to think outside the box and figure out how to do stuff. Organizing is a huge hobby of mine. I know that sounds really weird, but I'm always trying to get organized and figure out new ways to do things, and just organization in general, not even just out here, but in my house as well. Like, I just redid my whole pantry. I just redid my whole refrigerator. I'm working on the playroom next. Like, I have specific tasks that I do when I'm not out here. So just in general, creating and organizing is what I love to do. I know that sounds weird, but it's just what I like. We are all praying for Blaine. He was in a car accident. They said it on the live yesterday. I know, you guys, keep him in your thoughts and prayers. Any tips for what? What size hoops do you use the most on your embroidery work? I mainly use my 8x9 Mighty hoop. You can see it right down there. I have it for my 12 needle. I also have another one for my 10 needle. I have two 8x9s, and I have one 5x6 7, or wait, what is that one? I think it's a 5.5 by 5.5. I don't use it often, so that is why I don't really know what size it is. Ugh, if I can get it off. It's like stuck on here. This is a... It doesn't even say what size it is. 7.25. 7.25 by 7.25. So I have one of those, and that is for my onesies, but I don't really ever, I've used it a few times. I mainly just use my 8x9. Yes, Bev, I'm with you on that one. Yeah, okay, so 56, that's what I thought. But the minky, so the organic cotton is 56, the minky fabric is 54 inches. So that is why I cut my blankets at the size I do, because it's literally folded in half. Hey Nita, hey, how are you? Do you think a 6x10 would work for most children's items? Yeah, I think so. I have never used a 6x10 frame. So Nita, actually, can you answer that question? Because I only use my multi-needles, but I know you have worked a lot with your single needles. So maybe you can answer that question better than I can. Do any of you guys on here have any questions about my SWF machine? I've been getting so many emails about questions, and I just wanted to address them live before I get off. So if you guys have any questions on that machine, please ask them now. I'm feeling much better, thank you. I was so sick. I had fevers that were going up and down. I was in bed for like 4 days, but I'm here and I'm better. So that's all that matters. Feels good to feel good, if you know what I mean. I love watching embroidery machines in action, but the sound drives me nuts. Are you coming on tonight? Like, am I going live tonight? Yeah, Anita, that's what I was thinking. But I've never personally used a 6x10, so I didn't really know how to answer that, but that's what I was thinking. And I mainly use my 8x9 Mighty Hoop for everything, so yeah. Who makes the SWF? I don't think they are so popular in the UK. I'm not even really sure, actually. Sunstar? I'm not sure. You stunted me there. But I don't think they ship international. I was thinking SoPro, because I do have orders to fill. Today mainly came live because besides my husband leaving earlier, it's been pretty quiet in here, so I was just coming on today basically to talk to you guys and answer some questions, because I haven't really ever done a Q&A live where you guys can just chat with me. I've always been working, so I thought that that was a good way to come back into lives. But I do have to work tonight, so I can go live again tonight if you guys want. I'm making buzz right now. Aw, for your son, Sarah? Do you do live screen printing? If so, do you have a machine for it? Thank you. So I do screen printing, but I I order them from Hoop Mama. So I don't know if you've heard of her, but she has a great website. It's hoopmama.com, and she has a bunch of screen prints. So I just order from her because I don't have a machine to do screen prints. I have a printer for sublimation, but that's different. So I order different prints from her every so often, and I just order like 10 of each design that I like, and then when they sell out, I just replenish with new designs. So I have a basically a section in my shop that says toddler tees, which is a meaning for pretty much sublimation, screen prints, vinyl, all that stuff. But then I also have a different section for embroidery, like birthday shirts and stuff like that. So they're separate, but I tried to change out the designs. Can you give info on your oil pens again? Thank you. Yes, I got them at ALLSTITCH. Hold on, I think I have, let me check. Yeah, so in my description below, you can go to my referral links under ALLSTITCH, and if you search under their oils and stuff like that, supplies, you'll see the oil pen. And I'll show you what it looks like one more time so that you know. It looks like this. It's just an oil pen, and it'll show that picture online. So if you just search under their supplies, you can find it. I like them because they're so precise, and you can put them, and they don't like, the oil doesn't spill out everywhere like some of the other spouts do. I'm trying to decide on a machine that max is a 6x10 or a 9x12. So thanks for the info. Yeah, 6x10 is good. I would probably go for the bigger one if I were you, because once you start, you want to expand and do more. So what you don't want is to buy a smaller machine and then need a bigger one right away. So if you can get a bigger one that's in your budget, I would go for the bigger one. Okay, well, I think I want to do a sample because I did so many orders yesterday that I want to do one of these samples that I made up. So which one should I do? Should I do the paint one? I don't know if you guys all saw it. Should I do this one? Or should I do my Halloween one? So cute, this little baby one. Should I do this one? This one's so cute. So what I would do when I do a new design always is I obviously make it, and then I print out the steps on the back, and I always keep it in a bin, which is now on my table over here, so that every time I go to do this design, I have it, and I know that my steps are already written down on, or printed out on the back, so I never have to like keep printing it out. Okay. My advanced stitch area 22x14, which can go up to 1200 stitches per minute, can usually embroidering at 690, but the type of them being embroidered. Barb, honestly, I'm not the one to really give you advice on that because I don't really use my single needle. I only use my multi-needle. I do want to go live and do a stitch out on my JANOME over there so you guys can see it stitch out, because that's what I started out using. But I really honestly only used it maybe 3 different times to embroider before I got my other machine. So it will be new to me again. Oh, it is a multi-needle? Oh, maybe I just never heard of it. I've only been embroidering for like 8 months. Wait, let me see here. Let's think about this. 9 months I've been embroidering. But I've only embroidered on my 2 machines that I have. So I haven't really ever looked at any other machines. I've only focused on the ones I have, if that makes sense. So I really don't know all the machines that are out there. I wish I did. Okay, so I'm going to put you guys back here so you can kind of see what I'm doing. I'm going to use my new machine because I know you guys always want to see me use this one. So the first thing I do obviously is turn it on, and then I clean it out. I clean this every time I use it. And I have my oil pen in this drawer. I put it in here so that I can use it for both of these machines. Here's a secret that I do. I always take a fine needle, and I put it in the top right here so that the oil doesn't spill out of it. It has a red cap that it comes with, but sometimes I find that when I go to put it in, I don't know if I put it in the wrong way or what happens, but sometimes the red from it, it's almost like, I don't even know what to call it. But let me show you. I have it in here. It's not even soft, but sometimes this metal piece right here, if I push it in too hard, the red will go into the spout of this pen and it clogs it. And so having this in here keeps it from being clogged and it stops the oil from spilling out. So that's just something I do. So again, I'm just going to oil this really quick. What I've noticed about this machine is that if I don't have my bobbin string out enough, it won't catch it. So sometimes it'll like keep beeping that it's like messing up, but it's really not messing up. I've realized that it's just because the bobbin thread, I need to pull it out a little bit longer than I would for my other machine. So it's just little things like that that I've learned with this machine. Okay. So I believe I'm going to move you guys up closer so you guys can see what I'm doing. I've had a lot of questions on like how to use this machine. So I'll just kind of go through what I'm doing. And you guys can't really see like the steps and stuff, but at least you can kind of, I wonder if I put you right here actually. Let me try this. Is that better? You can kind of see it a little more. Six by 10. Tips and tricks of it. Getting ready to go. The meet and greet with Angela. Oh my gosh! Have fun! Good night, Nessie. Have a good night. Thank you for being here. Okay, so I think I already have my design in here, so I'm going to try to find it if I already do have it in here. I'm going to go to my USB. This is what I save it under. I think I saved it under Baby Frankenstein, but we'll find it. We'll see. So these are what all of my things are that are on my USB drive that I need to delete. I do have it. So right there, I see Baby Frank. Usually it'll load your pictures, but I have so many in here. See, they're slowly coming up. I have so many in here that I need to delete them. Is my mic still working, you guys? I'm afraid it's going to cut out soon. I don't know how long I've been on here. Okay, so after I select my image that I want, I'm going to hit the add button, and I'm going to hit save. I'm going to close out, go back to design. Whoops, sorry. Close, close. Now I'm going to go back to my design, and where is it? It should be in here. There it is. Under design, I'm going to see my baby Frank. I tried to delete, so these are what I saved to basically my computer on my machine before, and then after I stitch them out. So if it's an order with a specific name like Kobe, I already did this one. So I'm trying to be good about it so I don't add up a bunch of stuff on my machine. And I'm going to delete it because I don't need it anymore. So it's not letting me delete it for some reason. But usually I would click on it and hit delete and delete it. That's my son, so I don't want to delete that one. I always leave Hello Kindergarten on there because if I get an order for it, I already have the design in here and I don't need to download it again. For some reason, I don't know why it's not letting me delete that one. I'll have to figure that out. But this is the one we're going to do. So now I'm going to hit the check button because I'm going to stitch this one out. I'm going to now hit the load button because I want to load that into my machine. So I do this step by step. This is how I've done it since I started this machine. This is how I
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Okay. Sorry about that. Where did I leave off? That it only works for like an hour and a half every time, because on the reviews and all the information on it, it says that it works for like 4 hours, and that's why one of the reasons I bought that. Let me plug my phone in really quick, guys. Sorry, guys. It always has to quit when I'm in the middle of something. Okay. Is that better? Okay, let me move you back to where I was. Can you guys hear me okay? Because it's just literally on my phone now. Okay. So I'm going to check the computer every now and then just to make sure you guys are good. But my next step, what I was saying, can somebody please tell me, or Sarah, can you tell me where it left off at? Because I was talking a lot. Just waiting. Okay, it was after loading the design. Oh, that was a long time ago. Okay. All right, I'll go back. Okay, so let me see, where was I? I loaded the design. Okay, so you guys missed when I went into settings, correct? Okay. Okay, so after you load the design, I'm going to pretend, here, hold on. I'll leave it at that. So I'm going to pretend like I just loaded the design. This is how it comes up, okay? So these will normally say 100% because as soon as you load a design, it's going to always load it at 100%. So what I was saying is I always use my machine on this one for my embroidery shirts. I don't do blankets on this machine because I already know how to do them on my other machine to a T, and I'm a creature of habit, so once I know how to use a machine for a certain thing, I only use it for that certain thing. So on this machine, this is basically going to be my birthday embroidery shirts. I'm still going to use my other machine for it as well, for productivity, but I bought my Mighty Hoops specifically for this machine because I knew I was going to do embroidery shirts on this machine. So with that being said, I needed to figure out what size and dimensions and percentages I needed to load my designs at to use my Mighty Hoops, because machines don't come installed with Mighty Hoop measurements. So I've been practicing and doing so many different dimensions and percentages on the X and Y scale of what works best. So again, this is how I like my designs. Everyone likes their designs differently. Everyone likes their designs placed on a shirt differently. So this is just my measurements on what I like. So here we go. So after you load your design, what I do is I go into my settings. Again, it sets at 100% when you first load it. On this machine, put it to 90% every time. It always works. I know last time on my live I said 88%, which is only 2% difference, but that 2% difference makes a difference. On my 10 needle, I do 88% every time. I feel like my 10 needle makes it a little bit bigger, so I have to go a little bit smaller, if that makes sense. On this machine, it literally goes from border to border. It doesn't leave a gap around your perimeter. So that is why I can do it at 90%, if that makes sense. I hope I'm explaining this correctly and so that you guys can understand the way I'm doing it. So anyway, as I was doing 88% on this machine, I realized that my designs looked a little bit smaller on this machine compared to my other machine. So I upped it the 2% to 90. If I go to 91%, I end up hitting the frames, and at 90%, it misses frames barely, but it misses the frames. That's all that matters, and it makes it as big as I like it. So I always do 90% on my settings. So after you put that in on your X and Y scale, you're going to hit close, and it didn't show it this time because I had already recalibrated it, but I can show you what it looks like. If I were to go 100% on here and 100% on here and hit OK, and I hit close, it's going to recalibrate. Every time you change the X and Y scales, it recalibrates. So this is one of the questions I've been asked, is why is it not changing? You always have to press OK and then close. So I'm gonna go back in and change it to 90 because that is what I use. Hit OK. You have to select it. So every time you highlight it and change it, that's what you're changing. If I have it on here and I go to hit 90 and it's not on the one I need it on. So you have to highlight the one you want. And then I'm going to hit close. It's going to now recalibrate it back to 90%, which is what I want. This is what I wanted to show you. So now my image, you're not going to see it. It's going to look the same, but you know right here on your X and Y where it says 90% that it changed to 90%. So now my next step after changing that is going, and so I follow along here for each of my settings, right? So we loaded the design, we set the design at the X and Y scales. Now my next process is to hit my needles, and what I was saying is these are your needle numbers and your needle like colors. So these are the steps that I'm doing, and these are the colors that I'm doing. So needle one, or step one, I'm sorry, I have my paper right here. These are my steps that I'm doing. So I need to make sure I have my colors on here, which I don't, so we're gonna have to change some threads. So first I'm going to put in I gotta change my threads first, and then I'll put in my colors. Sorry I didn't do that ahead of time. For those of you who are bored, I'm sorry. I wasn't planning on doing this on the live. I just thought I would do it for fun. But we need basically the green and the black. Those are the two colors I'm using. I already have black on, so let me go grab my green thread that I'm going to use, and we'll put that on really quick. What green do I want? Where is that bright green? Okay. So I'm going to use this color. I don't have a Madeira thread that color, but that's okay. I'm going to use this color. I think it's really vibrant and Frankensteinish color. So I'm going to use this one. This is actually an embroidery thread that I got from my very first set of embroidery threads, but I always refer back to it if I don't have a specific color that I'm looking for. So they work, they're fine. I'm going to just do this top color right here because it's closest to me. And I'm just tying off my threads if you're wondering what I'm doing. I don't know if you can see me over here. Okay, I'm following it down. This is my pink color. It's number 6. I'm just pulling it through. I'm just guiding it along. Sometimes they get loose and want to come off. So then if that happens, I just use my finger and I guide it along. I pull the thread to guide it so I don't lose it until it gets to the bottom, and then I will rethread it through the needle. You guys can't see anything I'm doing over here. So I'm basically just pulling this through. Okay, so that's done. Now we can set our steps, and I'll show you guys that. You guys see that okay? Okay. So number 1 is the name, which is going to be number 6. Don't look at these colors. These ones are all random. What I was saying when you guys, my mic went out, was that my number 12, 11, 10, 9, and 8, those 5 colors, I never ever change because I use those ones on a day-to-day basis. So I leave them on my thread stand, and I have made them those colors so that I know whenever I need black, white, blue, red, or gray, I just click that number. I don't have to look. On these other ones, I just look down here on the machine and I look at what number they're at, because on the machine you can see the numbers of the thread, what hole they go in. So I just refer back to my machine. Okay, so step 1, we're doing color 6. Step 2 is going to be black. So I already know my number 12 is black. Step 3, and we're gonna put a stop here. So on this machine you have to put in your stops. So I'm going to put a stop there. Number 3 is going to be my placement stitch. So I'm going to do that one at gray. I do all my placement stitches at gray. I don't know why, I just do. I'm going to put a stop there as well. Okay, something I just now learned is that you have to put your color in before you can hit your stop, which is whatever. It is what it is. So it's going to be number 6, but I'm going to put a stop on that. My step 5 is another placement stitch. So I'm going to do that at gray, and I'm going to hit a stop. So that's going to be my tack down stitch, which I also do at gray. Number 7 is going to be the shirt, which is going to be a placement stitch. So that's going to be gray as well. I do all of them at gray. My placement and tack down stitches are always gray. I've just always done that from the start. Black. So then we get into our satin stitches. So black, and then green, and then number 10, what are we on? Number 9. So hold on. 7 is gray. My fan is blowing this around. Number 8 is black. Sorry. Number 8. Hold on, I confused myself. Step number 8 is black. Why do I have it at that? Did it not go through? Step number 9 is green. There we go. Step number 10 is black. Step number 11 is white. Step number 12 is green again. Step number 13 is black. Step 14 is white. And step 15 is black. And then you know you can't go down anymore when there's nothing else. So 15 steps, I have 15 steps on my paper. I know I'm good to go. I have up steps 1 through basically 7 are, I have to put my stops in. So we're good to go. So then I hit close. And so I know all of my colors are in now. So now my next thing to do, normally I would already have my shirt hooped, but I don't. I'm going to actually do this on a sample fabric. So I'm going to show you guys what I use for my sample fabrics. Because I don't think I have a shirt that I can do a sample on. I use mess up shirts for my samples sometimes, or shirts that are like the collar's off, or if they have a mark or a hole in them or anything that I don't want to sell, I use for samples. So, but we're gonna, so the next thing we would do basically is go into our hoop. So for this machine, if you use Mighty Hoops, okay, sorry, I was just checking the messages, making sure my phone was still working. Okay, so now you're going to see the exact measurement. This is the hoop I've chosen. So I always leave it on this hoop. If you are using this machine, this specific machine, and you're using 8x9 Mighty Hoops, you're going to go into, your hoop. I use my 30x30. It's the biggest hoop that this machine comes with. And I do that because it allows me to make my design as big as I want, allowing the size of the Mighty hoop, if that makes sense. So I choose my 30x30 hoop, and then I'm going to trace it. So this is the design, but again, remember I set it at 90% by 90% on my X and Y scale. Every design looks different, right? So I'm already on here. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to trace it, but I got to first hoop my shirt. So I will show you after I hoop my shirt that this right here on the machine, you'll see the laser, and I'll show you guys as it goes around. You'll see this red laser button right here, and it'll go around the edge of the frame, and you'll see that it fits perfectly in there. This is more of a vertical design, so it's not going to fit like if I had a number over here like my regular birthday shirts, it would be like a square basically, but I don't. So this is going to be a little different. I'm going to face you guys this other way really quick so that I can hoop my design. I'm going to use my 8x9 Mighty hoop, and I'm going to basically use my sample material. So this is what I use for my samples. I don't know if you guys can see that. It is just the interlock knit fabric from Joann's, and so the stitch out probably won't be as good as it would be on a shirt, but this is what I use for my samples. And I use my classic cutaway from ALLSTITCH that I just showed you guys. So it's kind of like a woven, if you can see the texture on it, it's more flexible. So you can see that. It works really well with embroidery. What am I doing? I gotta put this on here. Never. Okay. This is just to make it tight. This is the backing holder, if you don't know what that is. I suggest getting one. They really, really help with the placement of your stabilizer. Okay, so that is how I do my samples. This is the back, it's nice and tight. This is the front. And after I press it, you won't be able to see the line. Okay, now I'm gonna flip you guys back around over here. Put you on here. Again, this is just a sample. Okay, so I'm gonna show you guys, can you see where that laser is? Do you buy the 12 by 12 size stabilizer? Yes, I do. I feel like they fit just perfect. So they're a little big, like on the corners right here, but the sides, they fit like perfectly in there. So when you're doing shirts, it's really nice. Okay, so you're gonna be able to see this right here when I hit, so you just go up to here and I hit trace. You can do an outline, but I always trace it instead. It's the same thing. I just like the bigger part of it, so I know my hoop's not gonna be hit. And then you have to hit this play button over here on the machine. And it'll ask you if you're ready to trace it, and I'm gonna hit OK. And then it's gonna calibrate it, and you're gonna see where the red line is. I promise you it didn't hit. You'll see on top right here. So it's just barely by the frame. And the reason why it's so over here on this is because of the design itself is a very narrow design. So again, if I was doing like a birthday shirt and I had a number over here, it would be a much larger design. So we're ready to start stitching it. So the next step on here is I'm done tracing it. I know it's gonna fit. So I'm gonna close out of there and I'm pretty much done because I've already loaded my design. I've set my X and Y scales at 90%. I did all my needle colors and steps. I traced it, I chose my frame. The only time you would need to use your float button is if your machine stops because the thread broke, or you want to go back some stitches because you don't like the way it looks, or you put in the wrong color, or whatever the case may be. This is where you would go into float and you could back up in here. So you can use these arrows for the arrows, and the color around it means by color. I don't ever use that because it just confuses me. It's so much easier for me. Everyone's a different learner. I just use this right here. So if you want to go ahead steps, you're on the plus right here. If you want to go behind steps, you hit that and it changes to negative. And then you can choose how many stitches you want to go forward and behind. So right now these are all gray because I haven't stitched anything, so there's nothing for me to reverse. If I want to go forward, you see how they go blue? So I can go as forward as 10,000 stitches. It's not up to 100,000 stitches. So it'll show you how many you can go up to. So I hope that makes sense. So this design has, what does it say? 15,024 stitches. So that is a little bit about the float icon down here. These right here just go for your machine. So I'm gonna go ahead and hit start, and then we're just gonna start the design. I'm gonna put you guys over here so you can see it. Do you guys have any questions? So this is how it's doing down here. So it's pretty close to the end of the frame, but it doesn't hit it. So my next step now is to go pick out my fabric. This is a new design, and I want it to be, let me see here. I need to get some green material and some black material. So I'm gonna go pick out my material and then I'll show you guys what I choose. guys think of this for the green and this for the black? I think it's super cute. I'm actually just working on a sample. I did a Q&A mostly today. I worked on one baby skirt order. But right now I'm just doing a Halloween sample that I made yesterday and I just haven't stitched it out yet. So I thought it'd be fun to just kind of show you guys the rounds of this machine and how it stitches. Hey Cindy, how are you? Cindy has a birthday tomorrow. What is the hardest thing when first setting the machine up? Actually setting the machine up, like the actual setting up of the machine, like putting it all together was very hard because it doesn't come with very good instructions and you have to figure it all out on your own, so it's very hard. But once you get it together, it's amazing. Like I love this machine so much. Now that I'm like using it more, I find out new things about it every time I use it. And it stitches out beautiful. Like it's stitching out beautiful even on this like random practice material. Not even embroidery boutique style shirt, and it stitches out beautiful. Okay, so I'm gonna go put stabilizer on these really fast. How's it going? Name looks so cute. So in Embrilliance, when you have different things in your name, see how it leaves like these little dashes in here? This is because I have those little dash marks over that. So it automatically takes out those stitches, which is, I love that feature. So I'm gonna hit start because now this machine, you have to do the stops in between, and I'm still learning like when to put stops in and when not to. So I'm overestimating so I don't ruin a design. So I've never stitched this one out, so that's why I put that stop in. So now I know that I don't really need that stop in for the next time that I do this design. So I got my, I gotta peel the heat and bond off, but I use heat and bond light on the back just like everybody else. Deborah, so we start the process next week. I get my wall built next week. So it's going to be a process, but we're doing the wall first. And then, so we have the framer and installation put in next week. and then they're gonna come out and paint it and do like the texture, because I want it to look like a house, like the regular interior walls of a house, not just a garage. So we're having a texture person come and do all that. They're gonna paint it just like the colors of my walls now, which are actually a really pretty light gray color. And so we're gonna do that to match. And I got a really pretty interior door, so it doesn't look like a flat garage door. So we're gonna have that put in next week. And then after that whole wall and everything's done, and I do a little cleaning because it's gonna be pretty dirty, then we're gonna start the AC situation, which involves a lot, because I have a lot of, if you see up here, I have a lot of these like vents that they need to cover. You guys don't see a lot of this most of the time, but I need to cover all those vents. And then I have some vents like on the bottom behind all these shelves that need to be covered, and we have to be like code compliant for housing structures. So we have people coming to do all that. So it's a process, but we're starting it next week, and I can't be more excited. Honestly, Wendy, the reason why I chose the SWF is because I'm an affiliate for Sewing Machines Plus, and this was a new machine that they were bringing to their site, I guess, and I wanted to try it out for them and test it and all that, and I just fell in love with it. It's super nice. This is the first machine that they've made for basically like an at-home embroidery machine. Most all of their other machines are for commercial use, with a bunch of different like heads on them. This is the first single head that they've had made, and so I just wanted to try it, and I really like it. Okay, so I gotta figure out what stuff this is. So these are, it looks like, these are the feet that they just did. So this is gonna be black. Okay. So I gotta cut this in half. I love making new designs, but it's almost like nerve-wracking because it's like, I want to do it right. I don't want to mess it up. Okay. Aw, thank you, Deborah. That was so sweet of you. Yes, so I've been working so much, and this summer like really got to me. It's just way too hot to work in here, like sweating, and it's just too much that, sorry, my garage just opened. My husband just got back, so give me 1 second. I'm just gonna take this off and cut off the applique part like we normally would do. So anyway, I think this summer, because I worked so much that I just like couldn't handle the heat anymore. It was just really getting to me. And so we just talked about it and decided that if I'm going to continue and work as much as I am, that we could put some air in here and just make it a real shop. So that's what we're doing. You can just put it in the refrigerator. Thank you.
Is it okay if I put drinks in the fridge too?
If what?
Is it okay if I put drinks in the fridge too?
Yeah. Okay. So here's what it looks like so far. Also, another thing or fact about this machine, their frame is so sturdy, and you don't, so all the frames that you get to go with this machine, you have to have the brackets for the width of this machine, if that makes sense. So like my 10 needle behind me, There are screws on the actual frame that you can unscrew and loosen up, and the frame actually expands and loosens, which is super convenient and nice, but it's also not as sturdy and stable as this one. Like sometimes I feel like if I don't have it exactly where it needs to be, I feel like it's gonna break. I don't know, not break, but it just doesn't feel as sturdy as this one. I made this piece big enough. Let's see here. All right. I need to cut off some of this. I didn't know it was going to be in 3 different parts, so I just cut one square. But what we're going to do is I just cut these apart like that. And I'm just going to place these right here. And I'm going to place this up here. What I haven't learned, honestly, about this machine is on my other machine, I am able to move the frame back and forward so that I can see where I'm placing my fabric on top of the placement stitch. I haven't figured out how to move it forward during the design yet. I'm still working on figuring that out, and when I do figure it out, I'll let you guys know. But I don't want to touch it while it's in the middle of a design to try to figure it out. But you guys are right next to the machine. Is it loud to you guys? This machine is pretty quiet compared to all of my other machines. I know I say that a lot, but it really is. Machines are loud in general, but this machine is significantly quieter than the other ones. I love when designs do a double layer of stitching for the placement or tack down stitch, whatever it's called. It just helps it when you're cutting it out, I think. Okay, I'm just gonna cut these out real quick. And then the good thing about this design, and a lot of the designs that I have, I choose them on how much appliques you have to cut out. How many appliques, sorry, I can't talk. Because cutting out appliques is a lot of time, and if you can spend less time cutting out applique than in stitching, the more work you can get done. Time management. So a lot of my samples and shirts that I make only have less than 4 for sure applique cutouts. I'm just back behind you guys cutting this out. I didn't leave you. This is the time where my house gets busy and the garage doors keep coming up and down. Everyone's coming home from school. What time is it? I don't even know.
2.
Okay, so. But that's another good thing about me getting this wall put up in here and the door is that it won't be as loud when I'm on lives.
Theoretically.
Huh?
Theoretically.
Theoretically speaking. Okay, so these are cut. So that's what it looks like so far. And hopefully I got all my colors correctly, so we'll see. You will love having the AC. Yes, oh my gosh, I can't wait. Okay, so this is the shirt. Oh, I guess I need another piece of material. Give me one sec, guys, sorry. The good thing about working out in this heat is that I drink a lot of water when I'm out here. My husband always bothers me about it because I don't drink water, but when I'm out here working, I drink lots of water. He's like, I beg to differ.
So much water I drank yesterday?
Oh my gosh, you guys, my husband drinks so much water, it's ridiculous. Like sometimes when I watch him drink water, I feel like he's going to drown in the water that he's drinking because he drinks so much water. He drank 2 gallons of water yesterday. 2 gallons. Insane. Deborah, thank you. You're so sweet. Yes, I will definitely use that to buy a coffee. You all know I love my coffee. Is regular stabilizer more sturdy than stick stabilizer? So, yes. Every time I use a sticky back stabilizer, I also always use a tearaway stabilizer, depending on my project. To use the cap driver. On the SWF, Marissa, yes, the cap driver is amazing. So I actually have 2 hats set up over here. This is my first hat that I did. It's really dirty and gross because I haven't touched it since I did it. But I could not get the cap system on my other machine working. I just could not figure it out for the life of me. It literally defeated me, which doesn't usually happen. I usually keep going and going until I get it right, but I literally gave up, which is what I never, what do I always tell you guys? Don't give up. Well, I gave up because it was taking too much of my time and I couldn't figure it out. Honestly, just think that some machines are built to do some things and some machines aren't. And maybe that machine just wasn't meant for directly making caps. I don't know. I literally tried everything. And when I say everything, I bought all the needles, I bought all the different kinds of thread weights, I bought everything, this special stabilizer, I tried everything and I could not get it. So I gave up. I admit it.
Baby tried everything.
But my husband was out here with me for hours and hours and hours trying to figure it out, and I was like in tears because I could not figure it out. And that doesn't usually happen. But when I got this machine, and I'm not just saying this, I almost didn't try it because I was so like heated over how I couldn't figure it out on my other machine that I wasn't going to try it. But Blaine was so sweet and like, just try it, I promise it'll be easy. I want you to show us how easy it is just to do it for a beginner, first time user. So I did. I rose to the occasion and I tried it. And I'm not even kidding. No lies. First time I stitched out the hat, no needle breaks, no thread breaks, no nothing. It was so simple. You don't even have to change out the frame. You can literally just put your cap drive on there and go, and it's so simple. So give it a try. I promise you'll love it. Okay, let's see. Hi, Kathy. Good morning. Good afternoon to all of us. Good morning to you. The biggest thing is hooping caps, visors correctly. I also see my caps before embroidering. Yeah, I didn't do that for these ones, but again, it was the first time and I just practiced on it, but it was super duper simple. Janice, I know the machine setup is the hardest. My husband and I had such a difficult time doing it, and the videos on it don't give it any justice. My biggest advice is put your thread stand on first and then put it on top of the machine, because we had to take it apart and redo it. But I promise, and promise again that once you get it put together, you will love it. Yeah, the company videos, the SWF ones, those are the ones that I watched, and they weren't very helpful. I talked to Blaine about getting new videos up, and I know they're working on it, but I don't know if they've gotten them up or not. Yeah, it's super frustrating, but don't give up. I promise you'll love the machine once it's all put together. I have a couple videos, so if you aren't already following me on Instagram, follow me on Instagram, and it's very easy to connect with me through that. You can also email me, but I've had a few people message me, and I've sent them. The reason why I say Instagram is it's really easy to send videos through the messenger on Instagram. So if you have a question on how do I do this or how do I do that, I can send you a quick video on how to do it. And it's easier than going through YouTube trying to find a video on that specific thing. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm trying to talk right on the phone. This design is so cute. It's super plain, but I did that for a reason. I didn't want it all crazy. I just wanted it to be 2 colors, and I did that because, again, I just wanted it to be a simple design. So it's looking just like the picture. So every time in Embroidering, when I print these out, I always do it so that I know. I change the colors on the design to what I want them to be stitched out. So all my satin stitches I want to look like this. And so that way when I'm putting my colors in, it's super easy for me to determine what color goes where. Because on the back of your steps, you have all these random colors. And I know that all of these are the colors that I want showing on the front side. So that's what I've taught myself through Embroidering, is as long as I print it out and this is what I want my picture to look like, I go off of that. Just like this one's going to be confusing. There's a lot of steps on this one. See all those steps? But most of them are satin stitches. There's really only 1, 2, 3 applique pieces. I'm sorry, 4 applique pieces. So, like I said, I try not to go too extreme on the applique cutting out because I don't particularly care for it. So, these are the colors that this is going to stitch out looking like. So I always make sure I change the colors on the computer before I save it. And then on the back, I really only pay attention to what is bold highlighted, which are my satin stitches that start down here. And these are all satin stitches on this side. So again, I'm sure all of you use Embroidering, or most of you do, or familiar with it. But those are just a couple tips that I do. So yeah, one of my main reasons of coming live today was to answer some questions and then also to do a stitch out on this machine, because I've had a lot of random questions about this machine, and I just have not been able to really answer those questions because I wasn't super familiar with the machine to begin with, but now I feel more comfortable with it. I've been using it a lot, and am really, really loving the machine. Every time I use it, I like it more. Every time I use it, I feel like it stitches out cleaner and better. And that all goes with just actually using the machine. You have to use it to get familiar with it, and you have to use it to figure out the tension and all of that good stuff that goes along with embroidering. So don't be scared to use it. Just dive in. My stitches weren't always this neat and clean in the beginning. Again, it has to do with the tension. So every time I feel like a thread color is too tight or pulling or too loose, I then mess with the tension. I don't mess with them all at the same time. I do it individually with what I think needs to happen. And then I think I've already gone through all 12 needles of the tension, and now every time it's fine. I don't ever have to mess with the tension anymore. But you never want to mess with the tension unless you have to. I think my main thing when I first got the machine was my bobbin. And the rule of thumb that I use with the bobbin is holding it up by the thread and bouncing it a little bit. I mark it with a permanent marker, and then I always just see like how far down that mark goes. That's the one video that has taught me how to test my bobbin. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know and I can explain better. Oh, this design is so cute. It's not dirty, it's just the stitches, the thread. Do you guys ever see designs when you're looking for them and you just scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll for like hours when you're laying in bed or just relaxing? And then you find a design and it just like, you just stop in your tracks and you're like, I gotta have that one. That was this Frankie one. I was like, I saw so many different versions of it. But when I saw this little baby Frankie, I was like, oh my god, that's so cute. So I bought it. So already from the get-go, I want to change this color. I'm going to stop it and I'm going to show you guys how I'm going to do this. Because the white on the white, you can't even really see. I know it's supposed to be white, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit my scissors. I'm going to show you guys on the machine so you can see what I'm doing. So it just stitched out white. You can't see it because my shirt's going to be white. I didn't even think about that. So I'm going to change it. I'm stopping it. I'm going to hit my scissors. This comes up. You're going to hit OK. It's going to cut it. Okay, here you go. You go back into float is what I'm talking about earlier when I said if you want to go back steps or forward steps, right? So it's on the plus sign. I want to go back, so I'm going to hit the minus sign. And what I do is I just go back. If I know it's just a little piece, I'm just doing 10 at a time because I don't know how many stitches that particular design was. So I'm watching my yellow like cursor on how far back it's going. When it turns gray, that means it's done going back to that step. Okay, so now it's at that step. So instead of white, I think I'm gonna do like silver or gray. I think I'm gonna do silver because it's supposed to be white, but it doesn't stand out on the shirt. So I'm gonna do my silver, which is color number 4. So now I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna go into my needle and I'm on this step right here where it's going to be white. I'm gonna change it to silver, which is my number 4. So I'm gonna hit 4 and then I'm gonna hit close. And now I'm gonna hit start. And now it's going to be silver instead of white. And it's just gonna redo that entire step. And you You won't even be able to tell. I just have to cut that loose thread right there, and it'll be good to go. Ah! My goodness, that's never happened. What is going on? My bobbin got caught up for some reason down here. What did I say last time? Everything happens on a live with you guys. No, my poor design. Okay, I'm gonna show you guys what happened. This is crazy. I've literally never experienced this before, so we're gonna go through this together. It did that, which has never ever happened, so I'm going to try to fix it. I guess I can't do it with you guys down there. All right, we're gonna try something. I gotta cut this. Yeah? Yeah. Huh? You can put it in there.
Is that mine was in the fridge?
I think mine's in here.
Okay, so that.
Yeah, so that one's probably yours. You guys, this literally has never happened, but all these little pieces, you see all that? Oh, there's a first time for everything, right? Oh no! Christy, I put it on YouTube. I don't know why you didn't get the notification. I know, I don't know what happened, but this design just got pretty much ruined, so dang it. Because I can't even restart it, because look at it, came out of the hoop itself. So, look what happened. It's all loose now. So, boo. That sucks. I don't even know how that happened, but it happened, so. I mean, I can try my hardest to reset it up, but I don't know if it's going to work. But we'll try. Basically just have to center it, so we'll see if I can center it. Is the challenge on? Let me go over here and see if I can do this. I like to be challenged, but this is going to be a tough one. Well, that stinks. Okay. I think the main thing is it messed up even the fabric. Like right here, let me show you. See how it pulled it? And it's like all bubbled now. So I'm gonna try to finish stitching it so we can see what it's gonna look like. But I'm gonna have to redo it, but I'm sure you guys don't want to sit here while I redo that whole thing again. So let's see. Where was I at even? Oops. Okay. Looks like I'm... I'm too far up. The name is way lower. Okay, let's try this one more time. Nope. It keeps going way high. I don't know if I can do this, guys. Let's try one more time and then I'm gonna give up. Well, I wouldn't say give up. I don't like saying that word, but you know what I mean. See, it just keeps going super high. I've actually never had to rehoop before. Okay, maybe this time it'll work. Let's try. That's better. So the whole point now is obviously to get this right on where this is over here. I need to make sure my lines are exactly where they need to be, otherwise the entire thing is going to be off. Okay, so nah. I want it to be on. Okay, I think we're good. Cross your fingers. I don't know. Data origin. What you want. Start after comeback last stop position or start here. Start here. No. We're off, way off. Okay, well at least I know that it's like that much off. So now I can move it. You guys, this is all jacked. Yeah, it's all messed up. All messed up. Well, it was supposed to be super cute and it was almost finished, but I don't know, I can't get it lined up. I know. Okay. I only seem to get half the notifications I signed up for, so I'm sure it wasn't anything you did. Oh, I'm sorry. That stinks. Yeah, so that is why you do it on sample fabric. Although I do have a couple of shirts, but they're girl shirts. I wanted this to be a boy one, obviously. I have a girl design, Frankie girl design, but it's going to be different colors. But any shirts that I have that have like flaws on them, I use them as my sample ones. Good thing, Angela, this was not a shirt. This was just sample fabric. Maybe it'll iron flat the green fabric. Yeah, that's why I was going to keep going, but I couldn't get it lined up. I haven't figured this machine out well enough to line it up correctly. If I was using my 10 needle, then I could probably line it up because I know that machine like the back of my hand. But this machine I'm still kind of new at, so yeah. I'm just about to ready to open my Etsy shop. How do I go about it with using your free listing link? I should have, let me look over here. Hold on, I'm going to put you guys this way. Hold on 1 second, guys. So I asked her, and she said we need to take her over because there's 2 girls. So rather than where she lives, so just pick her up like normal, and then she can tell you where to live. So it starts at 3. I was in the station. Okay. So I was supposed to text you, and I forgot, but she was gonna have me get just a regular visa card. So I guess after you pick them up. So maybe after you grab me up, you can just go and grab that fries and then sorry. So yeah, starts at 3 actually. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Okay, let's see. I think I have, let me check. Yeah, so in my description, underneath my description box, there is a Etsy link. If you guys want to start your own Etsy shop, there is a link down here that says if you would like to start your own Etsy shop, you can use my referral link and you can get 40 free listings. Each listing is 20 cents a listing, so you get 40 free and I get 40 free. So it's a win-win for both of us. So if you want to use that, thank you, thank you. You guys want me to start over? It might have been when I changed the color, but that's never, because I've done that before and that's nothing like that's ever happened. But I mean, I'm having fun, so if you guys want me to do it over, I'll do it over. And we can do something else while it's stitching out since we already saw it. So we can work on other stuff while this is stitching out again. We'll do that. I thought it was so cute. So I'm just gonna go into here and basically restart it from the beginning. So I'm just gonna go out. Do you want to cancel this operation? Yes. Okay, so basically it's from the starting from the very beginning. It's already on my frame. I already got it. So basically what I'm going to do is just hoop something else and then I'll trace it and we're good to go from the beginning. So we'll just do that. Okay. And I'll flip you guys around here so you can guys see what I'm doing. Let me see what shirts I have. I want to see if I have a boy shirt. I actually do have a boy shirt. So I have a 2T boy shirt, which is perfect. So I'm going to use this for my sample. So the reason why this is a shirt that I'm not using is I think because the collar was off. It was like, see how it's kind of like, I don't know if you can tell, but this side is like way higher than that side. It's like way, like a ½ inch off. So whenever I notice a flaw like that, I won't use it for a shirt to sell. I'll just use it for a sample shirt. So I'll use that today. So we'll see if that was the issue. Although it was stitching out perfect. I like to have my collar like right on the edge. If I push it down, it's like lined up right there. Okay, let's get this started. And hopefully it doesn't mess up this time. Okay, we're gonna now trace the design. I'm gonna hit play. I'm gonna trace it. You can see it's not gonna hit the frame. Totally fine. Okay, now we're actually using a shirt. This is a mess up shirt though, so it's fine. I'm gonna hit close. Now I've already got all of my needles set. I just want to check on that one color. That was color number 4. So yeah, we're good to go there. So I'm gonna hit close and I'm just gonna start it now. Now we're gonna have to wait for it to stitch all out again. But that's okay. I'm going to turn you guys around here and I'm gonna do this, the fabric for the appliques again. The paint one on the other machine so that we can do that sample as well. We'll do both at the same time. Don't actually have an affiliate for Mighty Hoops, but if Sewing Machines Plus has the Mighty Hoops you need, then you can use my link through them to purchase Mighty Hoops, but it depends on what machine you have. Yeah, I haven't actually personally reached out to Mighty Hoops for a coupon code, so I don't have one. But I know that you can get a discount through my link through Sewing Machines Plus. So I ordered my first set of Mighty Hoops through Hoopmaster, but then when I became an affiliate for Sewing Machines Plus, I got my second pair of Mighty Hoops through them, and they're literally exactly the same Mighty Hoops. So, yeah. Whatever that's worth. Okay, so for this one, do you guys think I should try my new block vinyl out? Or block material? I guess it's probably not vinyl. I use this pink. This is the rainbow coral. Or should I use this pink? The hot pink. For the palette. I'm thinking, this is hard. I'm thinking the hot pink for it to stand out. I think hot pink. Okay. It's done with the name. It's just going on to the slashes. So I also have a bunch of glitter. It's called the Glitter Flake. It's also from Stalls. I get them in huge rolls. This one is, I believe, from Stalls. I pretty much order all my vinyl from Stalls. I don't remember getting red though, but it's a really pretty red. But yeah. So all of these, it just depends on how much you order. Like this one's a huge roll. This one isn't very much because I think I only ordered 1 or 2 yards because I was just testing it out, and if I like it, then I'll buy more. Okay, so see, sometimes when it doesn't catch, what I was talking about earlier was, see how little that is coming out? So it's getting down to the last bits of the bobbin in there. So sometimes if it's not out enough, I just have to take it out and pull it up. I don't know why it does that, but this machine is very finicky with that. So now I'm just going to show you guys what it did. So then it'll have a blank screen. And so because it did that, I'm going to, hello? So I'm going to close this out and I'm going to go to float because I want to go back steps because it missed steps, sorry. So I'm going to go back and I can see where I need to be. Okay, so now I'm good. I'm going to close it and I'm just going to hit start and hope that that was the issue, which it was. Most of the time that is the issue. So it's good now. So now I need to put my black feet on there. I'm going to cut this. Sorry guys, it gets loud at this time. My daughter just got home from school. My other ones just are just getting picked up. Put in these steps. What other pink do I want on there? This one? Have it on there already? Picking out the colors is hard. I think I should stick with. Okay, I have another question for you guys. I'm going blank. So the palette is going to be hot pink. What color should this and this be? I think I want this to match the palette, so that's going to be hot pink. Should that be hot pink as well? Or should I have that be a different color pink, like a lighter pink? Or a mauve, or maybe a green? That's going to be like a teal, like ocean blue color. I don't know. Think about that, why I cut these out. have a mess going on over here. I should be working, you guys. Here I am doing samples. But I need to do samples anyway. And I never take the time to do them, so this is the perfect time to do them, I guess. It's fun. I feel like I'm playing. I'm just cutting these out. I've already shown you this part in the one that messed up before. Okay, so we're back to this part. If you're just joining on here, I already tried to do this sample and something happened and I got caught up underneath, so we're redoing it. I will surprise you guys. Let me think about it. Okay. What? That machine is just messing up. So, do you want to hear a funny story? If you can hear me. My daughter tried to come up with a concoction last night because there are so many flies in here because it's so hot right now. So she tried to come up with a concoction to basically trap the flies. So she made a bowl of like vinegar and soap and water and sugar. She looked it up on Pinterest, I guess. It didn't work. So I keep trying to like shoo the flies out, but obviously I'm live. I can't keep opening and shutting the door. So. Changing colors is a process. Who's with me? So I try not to have to, but sometimes you have to. So that part is pretty much done. Two more. One more. Okay, all my colors are set or put in. I bought the, I'm sorry, I didn't buy that table, I built that table. Okay, hold on. What was it? Apple cider vinegar. Apple cider vinegar. Where did I just read that? These are just regular flies. Is there a difference? Okay. Hi, Alicia. It's been a while, girl. No, I built that table. My husband and I built it, so I just did it to the dimensions that I wanted and the height that I wanted. Okay, we're coming back over here. Gotta cut this out now. Oh, whoops, this got messed up. So, what happened here? Oh yeah, this machine keeps running out, that's why. But this time it wasn't the machine's fault, it was my fault because the bobbin's gone. Trying to blame it on the machine. Wasn't the machine's fault. I always love a fresh bobbin. Is that weird? Let's see, I'm gonna go back. Okay, close it. I'm going to cut. I cut it because there was a lot of like embroidery here that I don't want on there. So now I can start fresh. So I use these on everything because before like things like start slipping around when the machine's going, and those things make everything like stay put. So I use those for everything. Okay, I'm gonna cut this out. My bobbin never clicks like that going in. I gotta figure out what I'm doing wrong. I'm sure it's something easy. Actually, it's literally just the way you put it in. So if you put it in a little bit sideways and then click it, it'll click up into where it's supposed to be. I thought that I was doing something wrong in the beginning too because I didn't hear the click. As long as it's working, it's fine. Is my whole thing. It doesn't have to click in there. I think they just say that so that you feel good about it clicking in there. But mine didn't always click, if that makes sense. But I thought the same thing as you. I was like, what am I doing wrong? And so then I was like, every time I put it in sideways now, it clicks. So I just like to hear the sound of it because I'm weird. Okay, let's see. Hopefully this is the part that I messed up on, so maybe if it, so here's my thought. If it messes up again, then maybe it's the design I bought, because sometimes designs don't stitch out great. And the fact that I'm using a shirt now instead of the practice material, it could be the design itself. So I was thinking about that. Maybe it's just that. I don't know. Let's just hope that doesn't happen again. Because it's such a cute design. I want it to work. Okay, let's try it. Actually, this isn't the part. It's after the next applique. Okay, so now I need to go put my be changing out my colors that I never ever touch, but I'm going to. Okay. So. Okay, that's a lot of colors, guys. Lots and lots of colors for that one. But most of it's applique, or I'm sorry, whatchamacallit. Most of it is satin stitches. Practice shirt. This one, I think it was the same situation where the collar, see how the collar is like way up here on the side? I don't know why I've been having that issue. So I just save them and use them as my practice shirts. And it gives me good samples. Use that for something else. Do you guys have plans for the weekend? What's happening? Anything? See, you guys, sewing is like my specialty. So I feel like I learn with you guys every time I do applique because I'm still kind of new to it. Not super new, but new-ish. So things happen and I learn from it. But the only way you can learn from it is if you do it. So I want to get better at it. Okay. So here is where it actually messed up. So let's watch it to see. Let's do the black satin stitch first and then Okay, so it's looking better. So cute. Just have to cut that little thread right there. But it looks so cute. I'm not even gonna try to talk like when I'm not by my phone because you are not gonna be able to hear me. Because that machine's kind of loud. What time is it? 3:15. Alright, we're good. I'm gonna take you and walk you around like I always do. So this is what it's looking like so far. And that is the name and what it looks like. So it's starting high because of the P. The P is like super low. So it depends on what font you're using, where you can place it. Woo, my stuff keeps falling. It's my big fan. Okay. I love the bright green, it's so cute. Okay, I'm gonna sit at my computer and answer some questions if you guys have any. Closer to me so that you guys can hear me when I talk, because you can't hear when the machines are going. Can you guys hear me right now? Can you guys hear me when I'm talking? Oh, Prill, you're so sweet. You can go check if you want. I'm just literally gonna sit down and talk to you guys for a minute. Okay, so I'm just gonna go through some of these that I missed. First of all, Alicia, yes, you should have a big, solid, sturdy table if you are wanting to sew more items. It makes life so much better. Yeah, here. Here, hold on, guys. Okay, sorry, guys. Anyway, back to Alicia and the table. So my husband and I built that table. We literally went to Home Depot, and we just got like scrap wood, and I painted it, and we put it all together. It was super cheap, but it's super, super sturdy, and it's been working for about 4 years now. So I want to redo it at some point just because, let me show you what I mean. So right here we bought these. These are like really thick. Those were scrapped and I just painted it. This is like plywood and we did a double layer, and then I have the tabletop on top because I originally started out with just this, I think it was just like a 3-foot table, and I doubled it. So it wasn't big enough. I mean, it's big, but I built this table, Pro. So I'm explaining how I built it. So we just did that to begin with, and then I told my husband I wanted it bigger. So then we just went and bought 2 sheets. You can see where the middle is right there of plywood, and then we just basically drilled it into the top of the table that was already built, and we expanded it. So this is 3 feet by 6 feet and 3 feet by 6 feet. So it's basically 6 by 6 all the way around. So it fits about, what is it? It's 2 yards basically long by 48 inches. So it's basically 2 by, I don't know. It's 6 by 6 altogether, but I can fit 4 of my cutting mats on it nicely, and then have extra room in the back for other stuff to sit on the table. But we didn't put braces underneath this part, and I wasn't thinking about it. So we want to put braces underneath this part right here, because whenever I'm cutting and or lean on it and put pressure, I feel like it at some point might not break, but it's gonna eventually like tilt down. So we want to redo it and make a better table. This was what I very first started out with. So with that being said, ooh, hold on, I'm gonna put you back that way. It didn't mess up this time. We're past the step that it messed up on. So look how cute it's looking. Oh, I'm in love. Okay, so now we're over here at this step, and I'm going to break into my flock material. So this is exciting. So those of you that are just coming on, I got a bunch of sample flock material from stalls because I wanted to try some new stuff. So flock material is kind of like a velvet or like a fuzzy kind of feel, I guess. So we're going to try that today on here. I just need to see how much I need. We're making a mess in here today, guys. So I'm super excited about this. Ooh, it's so soft. So you peel off the top part before you embroider. Can you see it? It's like fuzzy. So pretty. I don't know if it gets messy when you cut it, so I'll let you know. It looks like it's cutting pretty nicely. It's actually like super like velvety when you cut it, like silk. It's weird. It's like so smooth. I'm afraid I'm gonna like cut into the thread. Huh? It's pretty.
Like the name too.
Stephanie?
It's the way it looks.
I just made the name. I always just pick a name and
Yeah. I'm
Do
just
it.
saying like the way that it fringed out, it looks good.
yeah, it's pretty.
Like the handwriting or whatever. Writing or whatever. Straight.
My allergies are bad today.
You guys going last week?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah.
Huh?
Yesterday. Cool. Oh, sorry. I didn't even have anybody.
I wonder, this is material I think that you can just rip away, like embroidery rip away, like the glitter. But this is the first time I've used it, so I'm nervous to do that. So I don't know if I want to try it. I'm gonna try it on this one tiny corner. Oh, you guys, it does. Except I'm afraid to do it. So I would rather just cut it and be safe. But I know that they're coming out with material that you can just like rip away or tear away or whatever. But this is what it looks like. I don't know if you can see that. Super cute. Ah. Sometimes if you have a hard time putting it back on because it's like way to the side, I just like on this machine you can move your hoop up and then it'll recalibrate, and that is what I've learned on this machine. On the other machine you can't do that. So now it goes back to the last spot it was on, which is super nice and convenient. Okay, so now we're gonna go back over here. do on here is all the stitches look really nice on this, so I don't have to like cut any besides the one I just cut off. Everything looks like it's stitched out really nicely. So changing those ears from white to silver, I think really did it a lot of justice because you couldn't see the white up against the white shirt at all. And I'm really liking the color combinations. The green, because the green and the black kind of have the same texture almost. A little bit different, but same. What? I don't, there's no gate code on there.
What's that? I didn't know if you sent it to you by text.
No.
I texted on
Sorry guys, my daughter's supposed to be going to a birthday party and everyone keeps messaging me and I can't really look when I'm on a live, so they're trying to find out a gate code and all this other stuff, so. Again, everything goes on when you're on a live, so I apologize that everyone keeps coming in and out. So I always put my shirt up to my light because I can see the background of the shirt before I cut it. So I don't cut it. And that's just how I always do it. I can see it, so I never cut my shirt. I've never once cut my shirt, so hopefully I don't jinx myself. And then I can't really, I mean, unless I get super duper lucky and a Noah wants this, I can't really sell it. So I'm not really going to put stuff on the back of it, but I'm just going to press it so that it looks nice and neat. That way I can use it for a sample. And it looks just like a regular shirt. Also, I wanted to point out that I keep my Teflon sheets down here. They're on the bottom. I cut this by 8 by 8 because it really like goes straight over my design. I put it, every design I make, no matter what, because I use my 8 by 9 Mighty Hoop, it fits perfectly over the design, so I never have to like worry about the design getting ruined. So cute. So there you go. Baby Frankenstein. So cute. All right. Now what's next? This one. Okay, this is looking so cute. Okay, so the paint palette is going to be the hot pink. Let's see. Yes, I'll show you how to oil the machine on the other one. Give me 1 second. So this is the glitter flake. I'm sure you guys are all aware of these. So this is the hot pink. messages. It's starting to get super duper hot in here, you guys. Okay. Gotta cut this out really quick. What's also nice about our community is that we all pretty much know each other on here. And like if I'm cutting and not by the camera, you guys can talk to each other, which is super nice. Sorry, I'm starting to move slower because it's so hot in here. Oh, I almost forgot the little circle on the inside. That would have been bad. Okay, so this is what it looks like so far. Okay, I gotta look at the picture because I'm not even sure what this is. What part is that? Oh, okay, I see. So, I'm gonna use this color. Do I have any in here? I do. This is an interesting one to do. I chose an intricate one to do on on a live. Sorry, guys. I've seen a lot of paint splatter ones that everyone's doing, but I haven't seen this one. I thought it was super cute. I'm changing my mind as we're going, so. I do this all the time. I always think of it, and then as it's stitching out, do you guys ever just like look at it and are like, oh, I don't like my original decision, and then you just change it? This is way more things than I ever like to do. So we'll see if I keep this design. Depends on how cute it is. Yeah, this is by far the most I've ever done, like applique-wise. It's super cute, but I would never spend this much time probably doing this for an order, maybe for like a friend or something. I didn't realize that these were all applique pieces, but it's super cute. I just don't have the patience for all this every time I would have to do an order. If you know what I mean. I think that's it. Something's wrong with this one. I can tell because, look. Okay, perfect example. Let me show you. Okay, first of all, see the little loops on here? I knew that was messing up. So then I looked over here and you can see the thread. And then I looked over here and it's on the wrong side of this. So from the get-go, it looked like it was all jacked up. So I'm checking all of them to make sure they're okay. Okay, so this one needed to be fixed too. You guys, my machines are making me seriously work today. Okay. I'm gonna have to put you guys back here because I can't see what's happening. Okay, what happened here? I bet you anything my son is going to run in here and try to talk to me because he just got home. So you guys are going to see Andrew and Cameron. I bet. I already heard my name. let's try that again. It also gets super hot in here because the garage goes up and down all day long, and then they leave it open and forget to shut it. Okay, so since that happened, on this machine I'm gonna go back steps, but I don't have to go into a different screen to do that. I can see where it did it already, where it's all highlighted right there. So I'm literally just going to hit, let's see, where it says stop, I'm gonna hit that. And FL means, I don't know what the F means, maybe forward. Yeah, probably forward low and then forward high, but I'm gonna go backwards. So low means it's just gonna go slow, high means it's gonna go really fast. And I wanna go back a lot of stitches. All those satin stitches that it did, I'm gonna go backwards. So now all I gotta do is hit start. And it's gonna restart all those satin stitches. Nope. There's something else going on, you guys. Because it's all, I don't know, it's just not right. You guys, I swear when I say that this always happens on live, but I think it's just challenging me. I'm cutting off the big piece of thread underneath here so it doesn't get all caught up again. Do you guys go through these issues? Or is it just me? I actually feel like every time something like this happens, I learn something new. So there's a plus in that. It doesn't look like anything's wrong. That's in there correctly. That's in there correctly. That's in there correctly. I don't know. Well, we're gonna try it again and see. If it happens again, then I'm gonna try to change the needle. And see if it's the needle. Okay. I'm trying to take off these up here because it is a lot of bulk right here. This probably isn't something that I would probably just start over a whole new shirt like I did with the other one, but I don't want to do that, so I'm just taking it off. All this bulk underneath here. There's a huge bulk underneath here, so. That's better. when you redo your satin stitch, it'll cover up all that. So it's not gonna really matter. I just don't want it to be too thick. So we're gonna try it again. Nope. You guys, this has never happened on this machine. So, I usually don't have any issues on this machine. There is like a ghost in here today, you guys. I'm not joking. So, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to get a new needle. I'm going to take my bobbin out. I'm just going to like redo everything. So, put this back in. I am going to pull this out and rethread it. It's good right here. It's going through here. This machine I feel like is way easier to thread than the other one. The other one is kind of complicated. Once you get it, it's fine, but there's just a lot more steps on the other one. Down. Through the back. Up through the top. Okay. I think it's the needle. Because everything else is fine. So now I'm going to change the needle and see if that's the reason. Hmm? I don't care. Did he just get some?
Huh?
I thought you just got some last night.
Yeah, well, Sharon.
From last night?
Yeah, Sharon. For sure. I'm right there right now. It'll take 5 minutes.
You guys, if this doesn't work, I'm gonna be so frustrated. It could also be the kind of thread, because this is like the neon thread. I don't know if that's a thing, but I've only used this thread like one time. Because I don't usually use this straight thread. We'll see. Also kind of hard to tell over all that stitching. Let me cut that off really quick. If this happens, I always try to cut off the underneath thread because then the needle can get caught up in that too. Is that what you guys do? I don't know. Again, I'm not like super professional at embroidery. I love doing it, but I don't know everything about it. So I'm just trying to get off the bulk of that satin stitch that got all messed up. Like, look at all that. I always find that on my lives, I feel like something happens so that I can learn from it with you guys. So right now I'm just taking off this satin stitch because I want to redo it. This sample was not supposed to take this long, but that's okay. Okay, well I got most of it off, so we'll see. So right here is where it bulked up. So I took most of it off so that I can try to like see. Hopefully it was just the needle and I rethreaded it and everything should be fine, but if not, then I don't really know what else is happening. So I'm gonna go back and restart that. Come on, baby. It was the needle. Now it's the thread. You guys, this is a horror story right here. Oh my gosh. Okay, remind me never to work with this color again. The needle's not even sideways. So what I realized on my other machine the other day, a newbie, is that if your needle is slightly to the side, it will stitch weird. So that could be a problem too. But this one is straight. You guys, I'm done. I can't even. I'm having one of those days, I guess, where it's defeating me today and I'm so hot and I can't concentrate. But we all have those days and it's okay. But this is being frustrating. My thread is getting all jumbled up again and there's nothing wrong with it. Well, obviously there's something wrong with it, but I can't tell what's wrong with it. It's all threaded right. I don't get it. I don't know. It's doing fine now, but that was frustrating. So see right here, I had to cut that off. But now it's doing fine. So weird. I don't even understand what happened. Nancy, it's a day. I'm telling you. Is this supposed to be a full moon tonight or something? Because I've literally never ever had these issues or dealt with that before. I guess it's the first time for everything. But now look at it. It's totally fine. It is on 900. So see right here? I never go above 900. I usually keep it at like 850. I must have sped it up the last time I used it because it's usually at 850. But it seems to be doing good now. I don't know what happened. Looks pretty good to me. I think I'm done. Okay, so when you're done with doing the applique part of this, like on this machine, I go into where my colors are and see where the AM is right here. I switch that to AA. And I hit OK, and then it literally just starts stitching everything out. So weird, because now it's like perfectly fine. So I feel like if I ever do this design again, the pink palette, I think I'm going to make white. Because now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like the pink is too much. With the colors going to be on it. But we'll see. We'll see what it looks like in the end. I don't know. I love that white sparkle though, it's so pretty. Oh gosh, here's the pink again. Hopefully it doesn't mess up. I missed probably 1,000 messages. Good, at least you guys have experienced it too. I'm not the only one. I'm telling you, Nancy, there is a ghost. Just kidding. Do you have regular flock or the soft flock? It's the soft flock. that issue before. I'm reading your guys' comments. But honestly, I've never had that issue before. It's never like jumbled up like that before. Why don't I put the embroidery machine next to the other? I just didn't want to move all of my stuff around. And the spots that they're in, they just had like the perfect amount of space. Yeah, that didn't sound right. Hold on. Hold on. This is a different color. But I think I already figured it out on this one. We'll see. Stuck somewhere. Huh. There we go. You just gotta trace it back to where it goes. Get away, fly. I'm already frustrated. Go away. You guys are so nice to just stick here with me while all these issues happen. So I can already tell that I do not use number 5 a lot because the tension's kind of tight. And I always mess with my tension of my machine when I get on it, so. I kind of know how I want it to feel, if you know what I mean. It's just like kind of tight. Get away. Okay. Do you guys ever feel like your multi-needles don't give you enough hand room underneath here to get all of this situated? I have small hands and I always feel like there's not enough room. Come on, baby. I have a hard drive that I save everything in. I don't know, this pink palette is super cute. With the yellow. I hate that because I don't even want to do this design, but it's so cute. But then again, it's never taken me this long to make a sample shirt before. Oh, I love that color. It's so pretty. Okay, so this is the color I chose. I don't know if I'm gonna like it because it's so close to the pink. I don't know if it's gonna pop out enough on the palette. I really like the color. It's that like peachy color back there. But I think the palette is too dark. Yeah, so I think I'm going to change the palette to white. The reason I didn't do that in the beginning was because the shirt is white, but I think that it would be super cute if I did the palette as white and then the satin stitch, keep it the same with the pink around the outside. Serger thread I use, well right now I'm trying the Alpha Sew, which is that one on the top, and these two right here. But all of my other ones I've always used the Gutermann, Toldy Lock by Gutermann. And it's soft. I've always just used that brand. Gutermann's a good brand. Just personal preference. But I am trying the Alpha Sew, which is also very nice. I like the Totally Lock only because I can just go to Joann's and get it from them. But I have run into issues where they've been sold out and I don't know when they're going to get it in, or they just like don't have my color because I use the white and I need it like then. It is turning out super cute though. So I did, I'll show you guys over here. What's my phone at? Oh, I gotta plug my phone in. Don't look at my garage, guys. Don't look at my garage. So I did this shirt for my son. Isn't it so cute? So I did that for him. That's something I did a couple days ago when I was just like wanting to make a design and design a shirt for him. So football's about to start, so I just thought that that was so cute. We'll do a grand tour since we're waiting on this design to finish up. I need to organize this right here. This is my next project after my wall gets built. I'm gonna put all of my fur on these shelves so that I can see them. I have them all in boxes and bins right now because I don't like to lay my extras out, or my so all the ones that are in the bags I already have like on the reel. So like I'm almost out of that peach color, so I like to keep my full ones in bags so they don't get dusty. But these ones I use on a day-to-day basis, so I keep them out so I can just grab them and fill them. So once I convert my garage into an actual room with air conditioning and it's nice and clean in here, then I'll be able to keep them out in the open. But for now I like to keep them in bins, just like I do with all this stuff. It's fine. Sorry guys, I'm plugging my phone in. Ooh, my phone is hot. Alright, I think it's on the last step. Or second to last step. How have I been on this live for 5 hours? That's crazy. Almost 6 hours. So I really dislike designs that don't cut your strings. Like they just like go straight across. That bothers me so much. So what I love about this machine is it makes your colors really bright when it's finished. And you can see on here that it's stitching out the glasses on the top right there, and you can see when it's done. I don't know if your guys' machines do that. Just little things like that that I pick out on all my separate machines that I like. And that's one of the things I really like about this one. The 12 needle does something different, but because I have that eyesight, I really like that I can see exactly where it is on this machine. So cute. But yes, I think I'm going to change the palette from pink to white and then leave the rest. I might even change the tip of the paintbrush from gray to, I don't know. I don't really like it gray. I'm just like a very simple colored person, I guess. Like I don't like so much going on. So I was really nervous to do this design in the first place. I thought it was super cute on paper, but now that I'm looking at it, it's just like so busy. Okay. I don't really like super busy designs, but it's cute. And it's done. That's all that matters. I finally finished it. I'm just taking off all the little strings. And you can't really tell what it looks like until after it's all nice and pressed. Do you guys agree? Like sometimes I don't like it, and then after I press it, I actually like it. This one has a lot of little jump stitches, which isn't my machine's fault. It's just the actual design. Which I'm not a fan of. All right. Time for the reveal. I think it's cute, but I think it'll be cuter with the white background, like I said. What's going on with this shirt? It's all like strings. Sorry guys about all that situation. Let's see. What? Get my lint roller. Actually cute. I don't know. You guys tell me. I still want to try it with the white. This is where it messed up. I got to cut those off. Or around it. I don't know if I can. We can try. I don't know if it will let me without cutting. Maybe so. There we go. What should I change? I don't like all those colors. So I think I'm gonna change the white of the palette, make it white, and then also that'll make this color stand out more. But what about this right here? Maybe make that pink to go with all the pink satin stitch. I don't know. I don't know. But anyway, thank you guys for being here with me today. I'm gonna check these comments for a second and then probably head out. Marissa, it's the soft flock. I don't know if you heard me say that. Angela, flock is like, it almost feels like velvety. Or like suede. It's kind of like fuzzy. But this soft flock is not super fuzzy. It's more like velvety. I don't know if you can tell the texture on here, but it's like super soft and fuzzy almost. Okay, I'll show you how to oil my serger really quick before I get off, and then I have to get off because we are going out tonight and I have to freshen up because it's very gross in here. So let me actually, I'm going to turn you guys this way around so that I can see what I'm looking at. Give me 1 second. And where is my... So, it depends on what serger you have, honestly. So, this serger, my Celebrate, you do not oil your Celebrate. If you have a Celebrate, I learned this. It is already oiled from the manufacturer. You do not have to oil it. You have to take care of it, meaning clean it out, vacuum it out, however you want to clean it. So every day that I come to use this, because I use it a lot, I always just make sure it's clean of debris. I use my canned air and I just kind of over the top right here so that all the fuzz comes out. I take this whole thing apart, not completely apart, but you know what I mean. Like I take this down, I take this down. And so like if I were to go to use this again tomorrow when I come out, I'm going to take my brush and get all of that stuff, all that fuzz. Can you see all that fuzz? I will take all that fuzz out, but you do not oil these. They're already pre-oiled. As long as you take care of them the right way, you do not have to oil them. Now for my other serger, I oil that one. I don't know if you are supposed to or not supposed to, but I do. So I will show you. I'm trying to see if my, so for this one, I also clean it out the same way. I take this out right here, and then I take this out, and I clean all this fuzz in here. I put a drop of oil, so if I was going to oil it, I would oil this piece right here. And then I would oil this piece right here. And those are the only two parts that I personally oil. I don't know if that's correct or not, but that is what I have done, and it has kept my machine good for all this time. This machine, which is my COVERSTITCH, same thing pretty much as this one. I don't really oil it that often because it doesn't get used quite as much as all my other machines. But for this machine right here, I would basically, what I do is whatever I feel like is moving. So it's this piece down here, I would oil back here on the bar. And then again, I would oil this bar up here. So right here, I would put some oil because that's where the needles go up and down. And that's the working force right there. That's what I would oil. Again, I don't know if that's correct. That's just how I've done it and how I've taken care of my machines, and they've been perfectly fine for 5 years. So these two machines were the first ones that I started with, and they still run perfect. My industrial machine is different. I oil it where they have the oil holes, and that is in your manual, and online you can find where to oil them. So I hope that answered your question. But again, with the newer jet air threading system and the new sergers, you aren't supposed to oil them. So as long, that's just what I was told. So I mean, I've read about it. There's nowhere really to oil them. When I first got it, I oiled it, but I didn't even know where to oil it. So I just kind of did what I thought. But in the manual, it tells you not to oil them. So hopefully that information's correct. But yeah, if you guys have any other questions, please let me know because I'm about to jump off. What's the oil pen? The oil pen. I get this oil pen from ALLSTITCH. So it looks like this. You can order on ALLSTITCH. I have a link in my description box below. You'll see ALLSTITCH referral link. If you click on that, you can then go in under the supplies, I think, and you can go enter oil and all that, and then you can purchase a oil pen. I suggest these because they don't spill, and this is just a needle that I put in here to keep it from spilling. So it's a very fine point where you can closely oil any place that you need to. Sorry, my garage just opened. So anyway, I keep that in there so it doesn't spill. And it's just a very intricate little piece where you can oil and not spill everywhere. So I suggest these pens, again, ALLSTITCH. It's in my description box below. All right, guys, do you have any other questions for me? Did that answer your question? Yeah, I'm very particular on the supplies that I use, especially with the oil, because I've used all the other oil ones, and especially like this one that you can get at Joann's or whatever. I mean, obviously it's oil, you can use it, but I feel like when I go to use it, it spills out everywhere. And it just makes a jumbled big mess, and I don't like a mess, so I don't use it. Of course, sorry my machines were acting up. I swear, like I got jinxed today because it doesn't normally happen. But it was a new sample, new design, and the best part about it is it's finished. So it ended up working out in the long run, but it took quite a while. But I'm gonna actually redo it and do it the way that we talked about so that you guys can see that way as well. And I'll post a picture on my page so that you guys can see the difference between the two, because I feel like when you add different colors in the background, it completely changes the design around. So I do that for a lot of my designs. I'll do one color and then I'll do one another color, and it completely changes the look of the entire shirt. So I'm gonna do that probably tonight or tomorrow, and I'll post it, look for it on my page, and then you guys can let me know which one you like better. But thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you for always being here with me. And if you have any questions regarding any of the items I use or just anything in general, you can email me, beingabliss@yahoo.com. Don't forget to follow me on Instagram if you're not already, or TikTok, and I have Facebook too. That's all Being in Bliss. But I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend, and I will see you guys soon. Bye, guys.